Journal entry number 92, 15th of October, 1895.
As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered. One where the most innocent of teacups held secrets that would remain untold for decades, and where a chance encounter during a tempest would prove that sometimes the most profound mysteries are those we choose to leave unsolved. The affair I now commit to paper occurred in the autumn of the previous year, during what had begun as a solitary excursion to Shrewsbury. My intention had been to visit an old colleague from my military days who had established a modest practice in that ancient market town. Holmes had been engaged with a minor matter for his brother Mycroft, something of a governmental nature about which he would say little, and I had taken the opportunity to escape London's perpetual fog for what I hoped would be the clearer air of Shropshire. The train journey had been pleasant enough, the countryside gradually transforming, from London's industrial sprawl to rolling hills and patchwork fields dotted with sheep. I recall being struck by the particular quality of light that afternoon, a golden autumn glow that seemed to set the landscape aflame with colour, the trees adorned in their finest garments of crimson and amber before winter would strip them bare. Such beauty, however, can be deceiving, as I was soon to discover. My colleague, Dr. Edward Benton, had arranged to meet me at the station, but upon my arrival, I found instead a hastily scribbled note delivered by a young boy who appeared to have been waiting some considerable time, judging by his impatient demeanour. "The boy's been waiting nearly an hour, sir," the station master informed me as I collected my valise. Dr. Benton was called away suddenly, like to a birthing that's gone poorly out in Montford. I unfolded the note to confirm this information. Benton's characteristic scrawl, a hand even less legible than my own, which Holmes had often criticised as being the hieroglyphics of an inebriated Egyptian, conveyed his profound apologies and directions to his home, where his housekeeper would see me settled until his return, expected late that evening or possibly the following morning. I tipped the boy, who darted away with the swiftness of youth, and considered my options. The afternoon was advancing, but there remained sufficient daylight for a short exploration of the town before making my way to Benton's residence. The station master, observing my indecision, offered some unsolicited advice. "If you've a mind to see the town, sir, there's no finer view than from the old iron bridge. Just follow the river path eastward. Can't miss it." I thanked him, and, deciding that some gentle exercise would be welcome after the confines of the railway carriage, set off along the path he had indicated. The River Severn flowed serenely beside me, its surface occasionally broken by the splash of a fish or the smooth glide of a water-bird. The path was well trodden, but quiet that afternoon, with only the occasional fellow wanderer nodding a polite greeting as we passed. Had I been possessed of Holmes's remarkable observational skills, I might have noted the subtle shift in the atmosphere, the almost imperceptible darkening of the western sky, or perhaps the change in the air pressure that my years of medical training should have made me sensitive to. As it was, I remained blissfully unaware of nature's intentions until the first heavy droplets began to fall. The transformation from pleasant autumn afternoon to raging tempest occurred with a swiftness that I can only compare to the sudden mood changes I had sometimes witnessed in Holmes, when a case took an unexpected turn. One moment I was strolling comfortably, the next I found myself hunched against a deluge my medical bag clutched protectively beneath my coat, and my hat providing woefully inadequate protection against the horizontal rain that seemed determined to soak me to the skin. The bridge the station master had mentioned was nowhere in sight, and the riverbank offered no shelter whatsoever. I quickened my pace, scanning the path ahead for any refuge from the elements. It was at this moment, with water streaming down my collar and my boots squelching most uncomfortably, that I first glimpsed the tea shop. It appeared almost as a mirage might to a desert traveller, a small stone building set slightly back from the path, with warm golden light emanating from its windows. A modest sign, swinging violently in the wind, depicted what I presumed to be the nearby iron bridge, the paint faded, but still discernible. Without hesitation, I altered my course and hurried toward this promise of sanctuary. A small bell announced my entrance, its cheerful tinkle at odds with the thunderous atmosphere outside. The interior of the establishment was exactly what one might expect of a provincial tea shop. Simple wooden tables and chairs, a counter displaying an assortment of baked goods under glass domes, and a large cast-iron stove radiating welcome heat. The air was perfumed with the comforting aromas of tea, freshly baked scones, and the indefinable but unmistakable scent of age that seems to permeate buildings of a certain vintage. What was less expected, however, was the complete absence of other patrons. Given the ferocity of the storm, I had anticipated finding at least a few fellow refugees, but the room stood empty, save for a single figure who emerged from a back room at the sound of the bell. "Good heavens, sir, you're drenched through." The proprietor was an elderly gentleman, perhaps 70 years of age, with a face that reminded me of a dried apple, wrinkled yet somehow preserving the essence of what it had once been. He wore a spotless white apron over a waistcoat that had clearly seen better days, and his hands, I noticed with the automatic assessment of a medical man, showed the slight tremor characteristic of advancing years. "The storm came on rather suddenly," I explained, removing my sodden hat. "I hope I'm not imposing, but I saw your light." "Not at all, not at all," he assured me, already moving to take my wet coat. "We can't have you catching your death. Please, sit by the stove while I fetch a towel." As he disappeared once more into the back room, I took the opportunity to examine my surroundings more carefully. The tea shop, which I judged to be at least a century old, possessed that particular charm that comes from being unencumbered by pretension. The floorboards, worn smooth by countless feet, creaked satisfyingly beneath my step. The tables, though plain, had been polished to a soft sheen through years of use. Upon the walls hung several engravings depicting Shrewsbury at various points in its history, alongside a particularly fine rendering of the iron bridge itself. One detail caught my attention: a small table positioned in the far corner of the room, partially obscured by a wooden screen carved with an intricate pattern of leaves and branches. Something about this table struck me as incongruous, though I could not immediately identify what had triggered this impression. Perhaps it was simply the unnecessary privacy afforded by the screen in an otherwise open space, or perhaps it was the fact that, unlike the other tables, which bore the patina of regular use, this one appeared almost untouched, as if reserved for a specific purpose. My observations were interrupted by the return of the proprietor, who presented me with a clean towel and gestured toward the stove. "Please, make yourself comfortable. The fire's good and hot. What can I offer you?" A pot of tea would be my recommendation on such a day. That would be most welcome, I agreed, gratefully applying the towel to my dripping hair. Earl Grey, if you have it. Indeed I do, sir, and perhaps a freshly baked scone to accompany it. I made them not 2 hours ago. I agreed to this suggestion, and he set about preparing my order with the practised efficiency of one who has performed the same actions countless times. As I watched him, I was struck by a curious contradiction in his demeanour. While his movements displayed the confidence born of long experience, there was a wariness in his eyes that seemed at odds with his role as host. He glanced repeatedly toward the window, where the rain continued to lash against the glass, and once, when a particularly violent gust of wind rattled the frame, I observed a visible flinch. "Nasty weather," I commented, attempting to ease what I perceived as his anxiety. "I understand the river can rise quickly in these parts." "Indeed it can, sir," he replied, placing a delicate china cup before me. "Though the shop has stood here for over 100 years and never yet been flooded. We're just high enough on the bank." He hesitated, then added, "Though there are some who say it isn't the water one should worry about in Shrewsbury when the storms come." This cryptic remark naturally piqued my curiosity. "Oh? And what should one worry about, then?" The old man seemed to regret his words immediately. "Pay no mind to an old man's ramblings, sir. Local superstitions, nothing more. The tea will be ready momentarily." As he busied himself with the preparation, I continued to dry myself as best I could, reflecting that Holmes would have already deduced the man's life story, the history of the tea shop, and probably the exact blend of the tea from the most minimal of observations. My own deductive abilities, while certainly improved through my association with the great detective, remained woefully inadequate by comparison. The tea, when it arrived, was served in a pot of blue and white china that I recognized as willow pattern, though of a quality that suggested it had been in service for many years. The scone was accompanied by a small pot of clotted cream, and another of strawberry preserves, both presented on a silver tray that had been polished to such a shine that it reflected the dancing flames from the stove. "You have a charming establishment," I remarked, as the proprietor set down my repast. "Have you owned it for a long?" "Not owned, sir. No," he corrected gently. "The tea shop belongs to the Darrington estate and always has. I'm merely the caretaker, you might say. My father served in this capacity before me, and his father before him." "A family tradition, then," I observed, taking a sip of the excellent tea. "Yes, sir. 3 generations of Wilsons have kept the Bridge Tea Shop. I'm Thomas Wilson, at your service." He offered a slight bow. "Dr. John Watson," I replied, noting the flicker of recognition that passed across his features at the mention of my name. It was not uncommon, even in provincial areas, for people to have read my published accounts of Holmes's cases, and I had grown accustomed to such reactions. "The Dr. Watson?" he asked, confirming my suspicion. "The colleague of Mr. Sherlock Holmes." "The very same," I acknowledged with a smile, "though I'm here on a personal matter, visiting a fellow physician." Wilson's reaction to this information was curious. Rather than displaying the usual enthusiasm or barrage of questions about Holmes that typically followed such recognitions, he grew noticeably paler and glanced once more toward the window. "Is everything all right, Mr. Wilson?" I inquired, concerned by his apparent distress. "Quite all right, sir," he assured me, though his voice lacked conviction. "It's just—" "Well, it's a strange coincidence. You're here today of all days." "Oh? And why is that?" The old man hesitated, seemingly engaged in an internal debate about whether to continue. Finally, with a slight sigh, he pulled out the chair opposite me and lowered himself into it, an action which, I noted, he performed with the careful deliberation of one whose joints have begun to protest such movements. "I hope you'll forgive my presumption in joining you, Dr. Watson, but there's something unusual about this tea shop that perhaps a man of your experience might understand." I gestured for him to continue, my interest thoroughly engaged. Holmes often remarked that I had an unfortunate tendency to encourage confidences from strangers, a trait he found alternately useful and exasperating, depending on how it affected his investigations. "You see, sir," Wilson began, his voice lowered despite us being the only occupants. "There's a tradition associated with this place, a strange tradition that began, as far as I know, in my grandfather's time." Outside, the storm seemed to increase in intensity, as if nature herself was providing dramatic accompaniment to Wilson's tale. The rain hammered against the windows with renewed vigour, and the wind howled around the eaves of the old building. "Every 10 years, he continued, "to the very day, a stranger comes to the tea shop, always in the late afternoon, always alone, and always when the weather is inclement, though never quite as severe as today. The stranger sits at that table there," he indicated the corner table I had noticed earlier, "and takes tea without speaking more than absolutely necessary. Before leaving, this visitor always places a sealed envelope beneath the table, tucked between the floorboards where there's a small gap." I glanced toward the table in question with renewed interest. "And what do these envelopes contain?" I asked. Wilson shook his head slowly. "That's just it, Dr. Watson. No one knows. It has been the unspoken rule since my grandfather's time that the envelopes are never to be opened or removed. Each remains where it was placed until the next visit, when it disappears." "Disappears?" I echoed, my skepticism evident in my tone. "Yes, sir. The previous envelope is always gone when the new one is placed, though no one has ever been observed removing it." I considered this peculiar tale, searching for the rational explanation that surely existed. "Perhaps your mysterious visitor removes the old envelope when placing the new one?" "Perhaps," Wilson conceded, though he seemed unconvinced. "But the strange thing is, sir, the visitor never appears to enter with anything but what they're wearing, and never appears to leave with anything additional. I've watched carefully on the 2 occasions I've witnessed this in my tenure." "And when was the last such visit?" I inquired, reaching for my scone. Wilson's answer caused me to pause with the knife halfway to the pot of cream. "The last visit, Dr. Watson, was precisely 10 years ago today." I set down the knife slowly, my appetite momentarily forgotten. "You're expecting another visit this afternoon?" "I am," he confirmed, "or at least I was, until this storm descended. I've never known the visitor to fail, but I've also never known such weather on the appointed day." As if in response to this observation, a tremendous crack of thunder shook the very foundations of the building, causing both Wilson and myself to start. The lights flickered momentarily, but held. "Mr. Wilson," I said carefully, "forgive my directness, but this tale has all the hallmarks of a local legend or superstition. Surely you don't actually expect—" I was interrupted by his sudden intake of breath. Following his gaze toward the window, I beheld a figure struggling against the storm, making its way deliberately along the path toward the tea shop. The silhouette was indistinct through the rain-lashed glass, but there was no mistaking its purposeful approach. "He's come," Wilson whispered, rising from his seat with surprising agility for a man of his years. "Even in this tempest, he's come." I watched, fascinated, as the old man quickly straightened his apron and moved behind the counter, assuming the formal posture of a proprietor awaiting a customer. His earlier confidence seemed to have evaporated entirely, replaced by a nervous energy that manifested in the continuous adjustment of items that needed no adjustment. The bell above the door jangled as it was flung open by the force of the wind, admitting a blast of cold air and rain, along with the anticipated visitor. My medical instinct immediately assessed the newcomer, a tall figure completely enveloped in a heavy black cloak, the face obscured by the hood and by a scarf wrapped around the lower portion of the face. Water streamed from the garment, forming a rapidly expanding puddle on the wooden floor. "Good afternoon," Wilson greeted, his voice admirably steady despite his evident anxiety. "Please, come out of the storm." The figure inclined its head in acknowledgement, but said nothing. With deliberate movements, gloved hands emerged from beneath the cloak to pull back the hood, revealing, to my considerable surprise, the face of a woman. She was perhaps 40 years of age, with striking features that bore the hallmarks of a classical beauty, now tempered by experience and, I thought, sorrow. Her hair, a rich auburn streaked with silver, was secured in a simple knot at the nape of her neck. Her eyes, a remarkable shade of green that reminded me of the sea during a storm, surveyed the room with a calm detachment that suggested she found exactly what she expected to find. "Your usual table is prepared, madam," Wilson said, gesturing toward the corner. "May I take your cloak?" The woman shook her head once, definitively, and moved across the room with a fluid grace that belied the sodden state of her garments. As she passed my table, her gaze fell upon me briefly, and I was struck by the intensity of her scrutiny. It was a look that reminded me powerfully of Holmes at his most analytical, as if she were reading volumes from the most minute details of my appearance. She seated herself at the corner table, arranging her cloak around her in a manner that maintained both her dignity and her privacy. From where I sat, I could see her profile, though the screen partially obscured my view. Wilson approached her table with the same silver tray he had used for my tea, though I had not observed him preparing a fresh pot. "Earl Grey with a slice of lemon, no sugar, and a plain scone," he announced, setting down the items before her. "As always." The woman nodded once more, but remained silent. Wilson retreated, returning to his position behind the counter, where he busied himself with unnecessary tasks, clearly uncomfortable, but determined to maintain the protocol that this strange ritual demanded. I found myself in the unusual position of being an unexpected witness to what was clearly a private ceremony of some kind. The proper course of action would have been to finish my tea and take my leave, but curiosity, that same trait that Holmes both valued and condemned in me, kept me rooted to my seat. That, and the continuing ferocity of the storm outside, which showed no signs of abating. The woman ate and drank with precise, economical movements, never removing her gloves. Not once did she glance in my direction again, though I felt certain she remained acutely aware of my presence. The silence in the tea shop was broken only by the storm and the occasional clink of china as she set down her cup. After perhaps 20 minutes, she reached into her cloak and withdrew an envelope, cream-coloured and sealed with dark red wax, bearing an impression I couldn't discern from my position. With a fluid motion, she bent down and, reaching beneath the table, appeared to place the envelope in the gap Wilson had described. As she straightened, her eyes met mine directly for the second time. In that moment, I experienced the strangest sensation, a certainty that this woman knew me, though I had no recollection of ever having encountered her before. There was recognition in her gaze, and something more complex. A sadness, perhaps, or a resignation that I could not fully interpret. The moment passed as she rose gracefully to her feet, left payment beside her barely touched tea, and moved toward the door. Wilson hurried to open it for her, bowing slightly as she passed. The woman paused on the threshold, looking back over her shoulder, not at Wilson, but at me. The answers are not always found in what is opened, Dr. Watson, she said, her voice low and melodious, with an accent I could not quite place. Sometimes they lie in what remains sealed. Before I could formulate a response to this cryptic statement, she had stepped out into the storm, the door closing behind her with a finality that seemed to echo in the sudden silence of the tea shop. Wilson remained by the door, peering through the rain-streaked glass until the woman's figure had disappeared from view. When he turned back, his expression was one of profound relief mingled with a curious satisfaction. "It is done," he said, more to himself than to me. "For another decade, it is done." I found my voice at last. "Mr. Wilson, who was that woman? How did she know my name?" The old man returned to my table, his earlier nervousness now replaced by a calm that bordered on serenity. "I cannot tell you who she is, Dr. Watson, for I do not know myself. As for how she knew you," he gestured vaguely, "your reputation precedes you, as I mentioned. Perhaps she recognized you from a photograph in the Strand magazine." This explanation, while plausible, failed to satisfy me. There had been something in her gaze that suggested a more personal knowledge. "And what of the envelope?" I pressed. "Surely you must be curious about its contents?" "Curious. Of course," Wilson admitted. "But some traditions exist for reasons beyond our understanding. My grandfather honored this one, as did my father, and so shall I." "But," I began, only to be interrupted by the tea-shop door opening once more. The figure that entered, dripping water onto the already damp floorboards, was as familiar to me as my own reflection. Tall and lean, with the hawk-like profile and penetrating grey eyes that had become somewhat familiar to the public through illustrations accompanying my published accounts, Sherlock Holmes stood before us, removing his hat and shaking the water from it in one practised motion. "Ah, Watson," he said, as if encountering me in a Shrewsbury tea shop during a tempest was the most natural thing in the world. "I thought I might find you here." My astonishment at Holmes's sudden appearance must have been plainly visible, for his thin lips curved into one of his rare smiles as he approached my table. "Really, Watson," he remarked, removing his sodden gloves, "you should be accustomed to my unexpected arrivals by now, though I confess the weather has made this particular entrance more dramatic than I intended." "Holmes," I exclaimed, rising to greet him, "how on earth did you find me? I left no word of my precise whereabouts." "Come now," he replied, his keen eyes already surveying the tea shop with that remarkable attention to detail I had so often witnessed. "You mentioned your intention to visit Dr. Benton in Shrewsbury. When I called at his residence upon completing my business for Mycroft earlier than anticipated, his housekeeper informed me that you had not yet arrived, though she was expecting you. The storm had already begun, and knowing your preference for walking when travelling to new locations, I deduced you might have been caught in the deluge. This establishment, being the only one of its kind between the station and Benton's home that offers a clear view of the river path, was the logical place to seek you. It was, as always, so simple when explained. Yet I could not help but marvel at the chain of reasoning that had brought him to this precise location at such a significant moment. "Mr. Holmes," Wilson interjected, having recovered from his own surprise. "This is indeed an honour. May I offer you some tea to warm you after your journey?" Holmes nodded, shrugging off his coat and taking a seat opposite me. "That would be most welcome. A strong Darjeeling, if you have it, with no milk or sugar." As Wilson hurried to fulfill this request, Holmes leaned forward, his voice low. "I perceive, Watson, that I have interrupted something of interest." The proprietor is unusually agitated, though he attempts to conceal it. There is a recently vacated table in the corner, partially obscured by a decorative screen, suggesting a desire for privacy. And you, my dear fellow, have the expression you invariably wear when confronted with something outside the ordinary course of events. Before I could respond, Wilson returned with Holmes's tea. As he set down the cup, Holmes fixed him with that penetrating gaze I had seen discompose far more formidable individuals. "You have had an unusual visitor today, have you not, Mr. Wilson?" The teapot trembled slightly in the old man's hand, causing the lid to rattle. "Sir, how could you possibly know that?" Holmes gestured dismissively. "Simple observation. There are two distinct sets of water patterns on your floor. The first, near the door, corresponds with my own entrance and that of Dr. Watson some time earlier, as evidenced by the partial drying that has occurred. The second, near the corner table, is still quite fresh, indicating a very recent arrival and departure. Given the storm's intensity, it would be unusual for someone to venture out merely for afternoon tea, suggesting a more compelling purpose." Wilson glanced nervously toward the corner table, then back at Holmes. "You are every bit as remarkable as Dr. Watson's stories suggest, Mr. Holmes." "You are too kind," Holmes replied with a slight inclination of his head. "Now, perhaps you would be good enough to explain the significance of this visitor and the envelope that was placed beneath that particular table." The proprietor's face blanched. "How could you possibly know about the envelope?" Holmes's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a confirmed deduction. "I did not know with certainty until you just confirmed it. However, I observed a slight discoloration in the floorboards beneath that table, suggesting they have been disturbed regularly at specific intervals. The edge of a cream-coloured object is just visible in the gap between two boards, consistent with the corner of an envelope. Your evident anxiety upon my mentioning it merely confirmed my suspicion." Wilson lowered himself into a chair, looking suddenly older than his years. "Gentlemen, this is most irregular. In all the years my family has maintained this tea shop, we have never discussed the tradition with outsiders." "And yet," Holmes observed, "you had already begun to relate this tradition to Dr. Watson before my arrival. Why?" Wilson's gaze drifted to the window, where the storm continued unabated. "Perhaps because Dr. Watson was here when she arrived. Perhaps because, after all these years, the burden of silence has grown too heavy." he sighed deeply. Or perhaps because this time something was different. Different how? I prompted gently. She spoke, Wilson said simply. Never before, in the 2 previous visits I have witnessed, nor in any that my father or grandfather described, has the visitor ever spoken. They come, they take tea, they leave the envelope, and they depart, all in silence. But today, he glanced at me. Today she addressed you directly, Dr. Watson. Holmes turned to me with raised eyebrows. Indeed. And what did this mysterious woman say? I recounted the cryptic statement verbatim. The answers are not always found in what is opened, Dr. Watson. Sometimes they lie in what remains sealed. Fascinating, Holmes murmured, his fingertips pressed together beneath his chin in that characteristic gesture of deep contemplation. Tell me, Mr. Wilson, when precisely did this tradition begin? The old man furrowed his brow in concentration. As I mentioned to Dr. Watson, it dates back to my grandfather's time. The precise year, let me see. It would have been 1844, I believe. Yes, that's right. My grandfather often spoke of it, because it coincided with the birth of his first son, my father. 1844, Holmes repeated thoughtfully. And the visits occur every 10 years, always on the same date? Yes, Mr. Holmes, the 14th of October, without fail. And today marks the... Holmes paused, calculating. The 6th visit, sir, Wilson supplied. My grandfather witnessed 2, my father 2, and this was my 2nd. Holmes rose abruptly and crossed to the corner table, kneeling to examine the floorboards beneath. I followed, watching as his long, nimble fingers traced the edge of the gap where the envelope had been inserted. Most interesting, he remarked, more to himself than to us. The wood here has been deliberately altered, a small section cut away and then replaced, creating a cavity beneath. This was not accidental damage, but intentional craftsmanship. Quite skilled, too. Wilson nodded. My grandfather's work, or so my father told me. He was a carpenter by training before he took over the tea shop. And the envelopes, Holmes continued, they are always sealed with red wax. Yes, with a distinctive seal, Wilson confirmed, though I've never been able to make out the design clearly. Holmes straightened, dusting off his knees. And what happens to the previous envelope when a new one is placed? You mentioned to Watson that they disappear. That's right, sir. When my father checked after the visitor had gone in 1874, the envelope from 1864 was no longer there. The same occurred in 1884, and again today. I have no doubt. Yet you have never observed anyone removing them? Holmes pressed. Never, Mr. Holmes. The table is never approached by anyone except the visitor and whoever serves them. I myself clean it every morning and evening, and I can assure you, the envelope remains in place right until the day of the visit, once every decade. Holmes returned to our table, his expression thoughtful. Mr. Wilson, I would like to examine the cavity beneath that table more thoroughly. The old man's reaction was immediate and vehement. No, sir, I cannot permit that. The tradition must be respected. My grandfather was most explicit about this. The envelopes are never to be touched or tampered with in any way. Even if doing so might solve the mystery? Holmes inquired. Especially then, sir, Wilson replied with unexpected firmness. Some mysteries are not meant to be solved. That is what my grandfather believed, and my father after him. And what do you believe, Mr. Wilson? Holmes asked softly. The proprietor hesitated, his weathered hands fidgeting with his apron. I believe I believe that some secrets are kept for a purpose beyond our understanding. My grandfather was a wise man, Mr. Holmes. If he thought it best to leave this matter undisturbed, he must have had good reason." Holmes studied the old man intently, then nodded once. "Very well. I shall respect your wishes, for the present, at least." Relief washed over Wilson's features. "Thank you, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I should see the stove. The dampness will be settling in, and you'll both want to be warm while the storm passes." As Wilson busied himself with the stove, Holmes leaned toward me, his voice lowered. "What do you make of all this, Watson?" "It's most peculiar," I admitted, "though I confess I'm inclined to believe there must be some rational explanation. Perhaps some sort of family secret or private arrangement." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, though his tone suggested he was not entirely convinced. "Yet there are elements that do not align with such mundane explanations. The precise decade-long interval, for instance, and the apparent disappearance of the previous envelope without anyone observing its removal. Could the visitor herself be removing the old envelope when placing the new one?" I suggested. Holmes shook his head slightly. "Possibly, though it would require considerable sleight of hand to do so unobserved, particularly with Wilson watching attentively. No, there is something more here, Watson. Something—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Something orchestrated." The storm outside had begun to abate somewhat, the thunder now rumbling at a greater distance, and the rain, while still steady, no longer lashing against the windows with such violence. Wilson returned to our table, carrying a plate of freshly warmed scones. "The weather appears to be moderating, gentlemen," he observed, "though the river will likely be high for some hours yet. You're welcome to remain as long as necessary." Holmes accepted one of the offered scones. "Thank you, Mr. Wilson. While we wait, perhaps you might satisfy our curiosity on a few more points." The old man nodded cautiously. "If I can, Mr. Holmes." "You mentioned that today's visit was different, not only because the woman spoke, but because of something else. What was that? Something else?" Wilson's eyebrows rose in surprise. "Most perceptive, sir. Yes, there was another difference. The visitor, it has always been a man before today. A tall gentleman in a dark cloak, face partially concealed, but unmistakably male. Never before has a woman fulfilled this role." Holmes's eyes gleamed with interest. "Indeed, that is a significant deviation from the established pattern. And did she resemble the previous visitors in any way?" "Only in her manner, Mr. Holmes, deliberate, solemn, saying no more than necessary, until her departure, of course, when she spoke to Dr. Watson." "And the envelope? Was it consistent with previous ones?" "Identical," Wilson confirmed. "Cream-colored paper, red wax seal with that same unidentifiable impression." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Mr. Wilson, has anyone ever attempted to examine these envelopes against your family's wishes? In all these years, surely someone must have been tempted." A shadow passed across the old man's face. "Once, Mr. Holmes, my uncle, my father's younger brother, was convinced that the envelopes contained something of value. In 1854, shortly after the second envelope was placed, he attempted to retrieve it during the night." "And?" Holmes prompted, when Wilson fell silent. "He was found the next morning on the riverbank, half drowned and in a state of profound distress. He could recall nothing of the previous night, nor of his attempt to take the envelope. He left Shrewsbury the following week and never returned. My father received occasional letters from him from various parts of the world: Cairo, Singapore, Sydney. But he never spoke of that night again. I exchanged glances with Holmes, whose expression remained impassive, though I knew him well enough to recognize the keen interest this development had aroused. "A cautionary tale," Holmes remarked, "though one that raises as many questions as it answers." "That has always been the nature of this tradition, Mr. Holmes," Wilson replied with a faint smile. "Questions without answers, mysteries without solutions." "No mystery is without solution," Holmes countered, "though the answer may sometimes lie beyond our current understanding." Wilson's smile deepened. "A philosopher as well as a detective, I see. My grandfather would have appreciated that perspective. He often said that life's greatest mysteries are those we choose not to solve. A convenient philosophy for one tasked with guarding a secret," Holmes observed dryly. Before Wilson could respond, the door to the tea shop opened once more, admitting a middle-aged woman bundled in a practical woolen coat, her cheeks flushed from exertion, or perhaps the cold. "Thomas," she exclaimed, hurrying forward, "are you all right? Mrs. Pemberton said she saw a strange woman leaving the shop earlier, and knowing what day it is." She trailed off, suddenly aware of Holmes and myself. Wilson rose to greet her, his manner suggesting both familiarity and respect. "Gentlemen, may I present my niece, Miss Sarah Wilson. Sarah, these are Dr. John Watson and Mr. Sherlock Holmes." The woman's eyes widened in recognition. The detective and his chronicler. "Goodness, Uncle Thomas, you do have distinguished company today." "Entirely unexpected, I assure you," Wilson replied, "but most welcome, especially on such an inclement afternoon." Miss Wilson removed her coat, revealing a practical but well-made dress of deep blue. She was, I observed, a handsome woman of perhaps 45, with intelligent eyes and a determined set to her jaw that reminded me somewhat of her uncle. "I came as soon as I could get away from the school," she explained, smoothing her slightly damp hair. "When I realized what day it was, I was concerned." She glanced toward the corner table, her expression questioning. "All is well, Sarah," Wilson assured her. "The visitor came and went without incident." "I'm glad to hear it." She hesitated, then added, "Was it the same as before?" "Not quite," her uncle admitted. "But perhaps we can discuss that later. For now, would you be kind enough to prepare some fresh tea? I'm sure our guests would appreciate it." As Miss Wilson disappeared into the back room, Holmes leaned forward. "Your niece is aware of the tradition, then?" "Yes, Mr. Holmes. Sarah has been my assistant here for the past 15 years, ever since her father, my brother, not the one I mentioned earlier, passed away. She will inherit the tea shop when I am gone, along with the responsibility of maintaining the tradition." "And she accepts this role willingly?" Holmes inquired. "She does," Wilson confirmed. "Sarah understands the importance of honoring our family's commitment, even if she doesn't fully understand its purpose. None of us do, in truth." "Fascinating," Holmes murmured. "A tradition preserved through generations, its original meaning perhaps lost, yet its observance maintained with religious devotion." Wilson nodded. "That's an apt comparison, Mr. Holmes. There is something almost sacred about it, though not in any conventional religious sense." Miss Wilson returned with a fresh pot of tea and additional cups for herself and Holmes. As she poured, I noticed her hands were steady and capable, the hands of someone accustomed to practical work. "You're a teacher, Miss Wilson?" I inquired, recalling her earlier mention of a school. Yes, Dr. Watson. I teach at the girls' school on Castle Street. Mathematics and natural sciences. There was a note of pride in her voice that I found admirable. I divide my time between teaching and helping Uncle Thomas with the tea shop. A commendable balance, I remarked, though I imagine today was a difficult day to be absent from the shop, given its significance. She cast a quick glance at her uncle before responding. Uncle Thomas has always insisted on being alone when the visitor arrives. It's part of the tradition, you see. Only the current keeper of the tea shop may witness the ceremony. Yet you hurried here immediately afterward, Holmes observed. Why, if not out of concern that something untoward might have occurred? Miss Wilson regarded Holmes with an appraising look, neither intimidated nor offended by his directness. You have a reputation for perception, Mr. Holmes, and I see it is well deserved. Yes, I was concerned. Each visit brings with it a certain tension. My father spoke of it, and I've observed it in my uncle. A mixture of anticipation and dread that builds as the decade draws to a close. Sarah, Wilson said gently, a note of warning in his voice. She placed a reassuring hand on his arm. It's all right, Uncle. If Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson were meant to be here today, perhaps they were meant to know more as well. Meant to be here, I echoed, intrigued by her choice of words. A poor choice of expression, she amended quickly. What I meant was... What my niece means, Wilson interjected, is that there have always been coincidences associated with the visits, unusual occurrences, or unexpected meetings. Your presence today might be considered one such coincidence. Holmes's expression remained neutral, but I knew him well enough to recognize the skeptical gleam in his eye. He had little patience for notions of fate or predestination, preferring the solid ground of logic and observable facts. Coincidences often appear more significant in retrospect than they truly are, he remarked. The human mind is predisposed to find patterns, even where none exist. Perhaps, Miss Wilson conceded, yet some patterns are difficult to dismiss as mere coincidence. For instance, each visitor has arrived during inclement weather, never fair, never merely cloudy, but always during rain or snow or fog. And each has come precisely at 4 o'clock, despite travelling conditions that would make punctuality challenging. I glanced at my pocket watch, noting with surprise that it was, indeed, just past 4. I had lost track of time in the midst of these unusual events. And there's more, she continued, warming to her subject. In the days following each visit, some significant change has always occurred in Shrewsbury. After the 1854 visit, the railway station was completed months ahead of schedule. After 1864, the river flooded catastrophically, destroying several buildings, but somehow sparing the tea shop. In 1874, a fire ravaged Castle Street, but stopped mysteriously at the old oak tree near St. Mary's Church. And in 1884, the mayor died suddenly, leading to the election of a reformist candidate who transformed the town's sanitation system, preventing an outbreak of cholera that devastated neighbouring communities. Correlation does not imply causation, Miss Wilson, Holmes pointed out. These events, while certainly noteworthy, could be entirely unrelated to your mysterious visitor. Of course, Mr. Holmes, she agreed readily. I am a woman of science, after all. I merely present the facts as they are, known to my family. The interpretations we each draw may differ. Wilson, who had been silent during this exchange, suddenly spoke up. There is one other detail that may interest you, Mr. Holmes. The envelopes, when placed, always appear to be freshly sealed, the wax still slightly warm to the touch, as if just hardened. "You've touched them?" I asked, surprised, given his earlier vehemence about the envelopes remaining undisturbed. "Only once," Wilson admitted. "In 1884, when I was younger, and perhaps more curious than wise. The visitor had just departed, and I couldn't resist confirming what my father had told me about the warmth of the seal." He looked down, almost shamefaced. "I never touched it again, nor attempted to remove it." Holmes's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Warm wax suggests the letter was sealed very recently, perhaps even on the premises." "That was my thought as well," Wilson agreed. "Yet the visitor never carries writing materials, nor do they request any, and they are never observed writing during their brief stay." "Most curious indeed," Holmes murmured. "Miss Wilson, you mentioned that your uncle is always alone when the visitor arrives. Where were you during the previous visit in 1884? "I was upstairs, Mr. Holmes, in the living quarters above the tea shop. Uncle Thomas insisted I remain there until he called for me after the visitor's departure." "And did you observe anything unusual from your vantage point?" Miss Wilson hesitated, glancing at her uncle, who nodded almost imperceptibly. "I tried to catch a glimpse of the visitor through the window that overlooks the river path," she admitted. "I saw a tall figure in a dark cloak approaching the shop shortly before 4 o'clock. What struck me as odd was that despite the heavy rain that day, the figure cast a shadow, a sharp, distinct shadow that seemed at odds with the diffuse light of a storm-darkened afternoon." "A shadow," Holmes repeated, his expression unreadable. "Anything else?" She shook her head. "No, Mr. Holmes. I withdrew from the window then, feeling somehow that I had intruded upon something private. I cannot explain it, but there was a momentary sensation of being observed in return, though the figure never looked up." A contemplative silence fell over our small group, broken only by the diminishing patter of rain against the windows, and the occasional crackle from the stove. Outside, the storm had largely passed, though the sky remained heavy with clouds. "Well," Holmes said eventually, rising to his feet, "this has been a most illuminating afternoon. Mr. Wilson, Miss Wilson, we thank you for your hospitality and your candor." Wilson looked up, surprised. "You're leaving, Mr. Holmes? But the mystery?" "We'll keep for the present," Holmes finished for him. "You've made it clear that you wish the envelope to remain undisturbed, and I shall respect that wish. Besides," he added with a faint smile, "we have an engagement with Dr. Benton that we should not delay further, now that the weather has improved." I rose as well, though I confess I was reluctant to depart, with so many questions still unanswered. "Holmes is right," I said. "Benton will be concerned if we don't arrive before nightfall." Wilson and his niece accompanied us to the door, providing us with directions to Benton's residence that would avoid the most flood-prone areas of the path. As we prepared to step out into the damp afternoon, Miss Wilson touched my arm lightly. "Dr. Watson," she said quietly, "the visitor's words to you, I believe they were significant. My uncle told me what she said, about answers lying in what remains sealed." "What do you make of it?" I asked. She glanced at Holmes, who was engaged in a final exchange with Wilson, then back to me. "I think it was a warning, Dr. Watson. Not a threat, but a caution. The tradition has been maintained for half a century for a reason. Some questions are better left unasked. Some doors better left unopened." You sound like your uncle, I observed. We are more alike than different, she acknowledged with a small smile. Despite my scientific training, or perhaps because of it, I understand that there are forces in this world that defy conventional explanation. The tradition of the envelopes may be one such force. Before I could respond, Holmes called my name, and with a final nod to Miss Wilson, I joined him on the path. As we made our way carefully along the rain-soaked route toward Benton's home, I found myself glancing back at the tea shop, its windows glowing warmly against the gathering dusk. A most peculiar establishment, Holmes remarked, following my gaze, and a most intriguing tradition. What do you make of it all, Holmes? I asked, curious to hear his assessment now that we were alone. I reserve judgment for the present, he replied, his tone measured. There are several possible explanations, ranging from the mundane to the somewhat less mundane. More data is required before I can form a conclusive opinion. But surely you don't believe in supernatural explanations, I pressed, knowing his preference for rational solutions. Holmes was silent for a moment, his keen profile outlined against the darkening sky. What I believe, Watson, is that when one has eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. In this case, I have not yet determined what is impossible. Therefore, all possibilities remain open for consideration. With that enigmatic response, he quickened his pace, and I hurried to keep up. My mind still filled with images of sealed envelopes, mysterious visitors, and the peculiar tradition that had endured for half a century in the unassuming tea shop by the iron bridge. Dr. Benton proved to be a jovial host, despite his evident exhaustion from attending the difficult berth that had prevented him from meeting us at the station. He was a round-faced man of middle years, with a ready laugh and the practiced hands of a country doctor who turned his skills to everything from setting broken bones to delivering infants. His small but comfortable home welcomed us warmly that evening, and after a hearty meal prepared by his equally amiable housekeeper, Mrs. Finch, we settled in his study with brandies and pipes. I had expected Holmes to immediately relate the curious incident of the tea shop to Benton, given my friend's usual eagerness to discuss unusual cases. But, to my surprise, he made no mention of it. Instead, he engaged Benton in a discussion of the latest medical journals and the merits of various new surgical techniques. It was such a convincing performance that, had I not known better, I might have believed Holmes had entirely forgotten the afternoon's strange encounter. It was only later, after Benton had retired to his well-earned rest, that Holmes revealed his reasoning. I did not wish to burden our host with tales that might disturb his sleep, he explained, as we sat alone by the dying embers of the study fire. Benton strikes me as a man of scientific disposition, but imaginative temperament, precisely the sort who might find the mystery of the envelopes too intriguing to resist investigating. "And you believe that would be unwise?" I inquired, recalling Wilson's tale of his unfortunate uncle. Holmes drew thoughtfully on his pipe. "I believe, Watson, that until we understand more about this peculiar tradition, discretion is the better part of valour. The tea shop and its secrets have remained undisturbed for 6 decades. They can surely wait another day." "Then you intend to investigate further?" "Naturally," Holmes replied with a slight smile. "Did you imagine I would leave such a singular puzzle unsolved? But Wilson made it clear he wishes the envelope to remain untouched," I pointed out. "And so it shall," Holmes assured me. There are many avenues of inquiry that do not require disturbing the physical evidence. Tomorrow, I propose we make some discreet inquiries in town about the history of the tea shop and the Wilson family. And the mysterious female visitor? I asked. Holmes's eyes gleamed in the firelight. Yes, she is perhaps the most interesting element of all. A deviation from the established pattern suggests either a disruption of the traditional arrangements or an evolution of them. Either possibility is significant. With this intriguing thought to consider, we retired to our respective rooms. Despite my fatigue from the day's adventures, I found sleep elusive. The woman's cryptic words echoed in my mind. The answers are not always found in what is opened, Dr. Watson. Sometimes they lie in what remains sealed. What could she have meant? And how did she know who I was? Morning arrived with clear skies that bore no trace of the previous day's tempest. After a substantial breakfast prepared by the indefatigable Mrs. Finch, Holmes and I set out for the town centre. Benton had been called away to attend a patient, but had left us a hand-drawn map marking several points of historical interest in Shrewsbury. We shall begin at the Public Records Office, Holmes announced, as we walked briskly through streets still glistening with puddles from yesterday's downpour. Property records and local newspapers should provide some context for our investigation. The Records Office, housed in a sombre stone building near the market square, was presided over by a clerk whose perpetually dust-covered spectacles and ink-stained fingers suggested a lifetime spent among the town's archives. Holmes, adopting the persona of an architectural historian researching notable riverside buildings, soon had the man eagerly retrieving documents related to the tea shop and its surroundings. The building dates to 1789, Holmes informed me quietly as we examined the property records. Originally constructed as a private residence for a merchant named James Darrington, whose family owned significant portions of land along the river. The same Darrington that Wilson mentioned still owns the tea shop, I asked. Indeed, Holmes confirmed. The Darrington estate has maintained ownership continuously, though the family itself appears to have relocated to London sometime in the 1830s, according to these records. We spent the next hour poring over local newspaper archives, focusing particularly on the years when the mysterious visits would have occurred. To our disappointment, we found no direct mention of strange occurrences at the tea shop, though we did confirm Miss Wilson's assertions about significant events following each visit: the railway completion, the selective flooding, the fire that spared St. Mary's, and the mayor's unexpected death. What do you make of these coincidences, Holmes? I asked as we left the records office. I remain sceptical of any causal relationship, he replied, though his furrowed brow suggested he was not entirely dismissing the possibility. However, the timing is certainly suggestive. Let us proceed to our next point of inquiry. This proved to be the local historical society, housed in a Tudor building whose leaning walls and uneven floors bore witness to its centuries of existence. Here, Holmes presented himself as a folklorist, collecting regional traditions and legends. The Society's elderly secretary, Miss Penelope Hargreaves, was delighted to assist, ushering us into a cramped room lined with glass-fronted cabinets containing various artifacts of local significance. "The tea shop by the iron bridge?" she repeated, when Holmes inquired. "Oh yes, that's been there for generations. The Wilson family has run it for as long as anyone can remember. Peculiar folks in some ways, but well respected." "Peculiar in what way?" Holmes prompted. Miss Hargreaves leaned forward conspiratorially. Well, they keep to themselves, for the most part. The current Mr. Wilson, Thomas, I believe, rarely participates in town affairs, though his niece is more sociable. There have always been whispers about the family having some sort of special knowledge. Special knowledge, I echoed. Old remedies, some say. Others suggest they can predict changes in the weather better than any barometer. Nothing sinister, you understand, just the sort of mild peculiarities that attach themselves to established families in small towns. She chuckled, though there was a rather odd incident about 40 years ago involving Wilson's uncle. Holmes and I exchanged glances, recalling Wilson's tale of his brother's ill-fated attempt to examine the envelope. "Would you be so kind as to elaborate?" Holmes asked. "It was before my time, of course, but my predecessor, Mr. Cotterill, documented it in our archives. A man named, let me see. Yes, Richard Wilson was found half drowned by the river one morning. Claimed he'd been pushed in by a shadowy figure, though no one else was seen in the vicinity. He left town shortly afterward, quite suddenly. There were rumours of theft or some other misdemeanour, but nothing was ever proven." "Most interesting," Holmes murmured. "And the Iron Bridge itself, it has historical significance beyond being a simple crossing point, I presume." "Oh, indeed." Miss Hargreaves brightened. "Though not the famous Iron Bridge of Colebrookdale, our smaller version has its own distinction. It was constructed in 1784 as one of the earliest iron bridges in the country. Local legend claims that the architect made a rather unusual decision during its construction." "What sort of decision?" Holmes inquired. "He supposedly sealed a message of some kind within one of the supporting pillars, a time capsule of sorts containing predictions about the town's future. Pure fancy, of course, but a charming story, nonetheless." Holmes's expression remained neutral, but I knew him well enough to recognize the spark of interest in his eyes. Fascinating. And would there be any record of what this message might have contained? Miss Hargreaves shook her head. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Holmes. As I said, it's likely nothing more than local folklore. Though—" She hesitated. "Yes?" Holmes encouraged. "Well, there is a curious coincidence. The bridge underwent repairs in 1844 after a minor flood damaged one of the supports. The work was completed on October 14th, a date that some of our more superstitious citizens have come to regard as significant for the town. October 14th, the very date of the mysterious visits to the tea shop." Holmes and I exchanged another meaningful glance before he thanked Miss Hargreaves for her assistance. As we departed the Historical Society, I could practically see Holmes's mind working through this new information, fitting it into the puzzle we were attempting to solve. "The connection to the bridge repairs in 1844 cannot be coincidental," I observed as we walked toward the river. "I am inclined to agree," Holmes replied. "It seems increasingly likely that the tradition of the envelopes began in direct response to those repairs, or perhaps to what was discovered during them." "You think something was found in the pillar, the alleged time capsule?" Holmes shrugged. "It is one possibility among many. But before we speculate further, I suggest we examine the bridge itself. Sometimes the physical evidence can be more illuminating than any documentary record." The Iron Bridge, when we reached it, proved to be a modest but elegant structure spanning the Severn. Its graceful arch of cast iron painted a deep green, stood in contrast to the stone abutments at either end. The morning sun glinted off the still swollen river rushing beneath it. Holmes spent several minutes examining the bridge from different angles, paying particular attention to the supporting pillars. I watched as he knelt to inspect one of them more closely, his fingers tracing the weathered iron. "Look here, Watson," he called, indicating a small, nearly imperceptible marking on the northeastern pillar. As I joined him, I could just make out what appeared to be an engraved symbol, a circle containing an intricate geometric pattern. "What do you make of it?" I asked. "It is not a standard mason's mark," Holmes mused, "nor is it a typical manufacturer's stamp of the period. The design is unusual, almost reminiscent of certain ancient astronomical symbols." He produced his pocket magnifying glass and studied the marking more intently. "Interesting. The engraving appears much newer than the bridge itself. I would estimate it dates from the mid-19th century, perhaps from the 1844 repairs that Miss Hargreaves mentioned. Could it mark the location of the supposed time capsule?" I suggested. "Possibly," Holmes conceded, "though its purpose might be purely decorative, or it could serve as a dedication to the bridge's original architect. Without further evidence, we cannot be certain." As Holmes straightened, his gaze drifted across the river toward the tea shop, visible on the opposite bank about 100 yards downstream. From this vantage point, I noticed something I had not observed the previous day. The tea shop and the bridge were positioned in such a way that the morning sun, now rising fully above the eastern hills, cast the shadow of the bridge directly across the building's facade. Holmes had noticed it too. "Curious alignment," he remarked. "One wonders if it was deliberate on the part of the original builder." "Surely the house predates the bridge," I pointed out, recalling the property records we had examined. "By 5 years only," Holmes reminded me. "It isn't inconceivable that Darrington, knowing the bridge was planned, positioned his home to take advantage of this particular effect. The question is, why?" We spent the next hour exploring the vicinity of the bridge, Holmes examining every detail of its construction with meticulous attention. Eventually, satisfied that we had gleaned all we could from the physical inspection, we turned our steps back toward the tea shop. "I would like to speak with Wilson again," Holmes explained, "now that we have some context for his family's unusual tradition." The tea shop presented a far different aspect in the clear morning light than it had during yesterday's storm. Its weathered stone walls and neat windows seemed entirely ordinary, giving no hint of the strange rituals it had witnessed over the decades. A modest sign depicting the iron bridge swung gently in the breeze, and through the windows I could see several patrons enjoying their morning tea. Wilson greeted us with evident surprise, but no discernible alarm. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I hadn't expected to see you again so soon. Please, come in." The interior was much as we had left it, though considerably brighter with sunlight streaming through the windows. The corner table, the focus of yesterday's unusual visit, was now occupied by an elderly couple, contentedly sharing a pot of tea, oblivious to the table's significance. Wilson led us to a different table near the window, overlooking the river. "What brings you back to my humble establishment, gentlemen?" he inquired, though I suspected he knew the answer. "Continued interest in your remarkable tradition," Holmes replied frankly. "We've spent the morning acquainting ourselves with the history of Shrewsbury, particularly as it relates to the Iron Bridge and this tea shop. Wilson's expression remained carefully neutral. I see. And has your research yielded any insights? Several, though none conclusive, Holmes admitted. I'm particularly intrigued by the bridge repairs of 1844 and their coincidence with the beginning of your family's tradition. A flicker of something, recognition, perhaps, or concern, passed across Wilson's face before he composed himself. An interesting observation, Mr. Holmes, though I cannot say whether there is any connection. My grandfather never mentioned the bridge repairs in relation to the visits. Yet the timing seems unlikely to be mere coincidence, Holmes pressed. The first visit occurred on October 14th, 1844, the very day the repairs were completed. Wilson sighed, glancing around to ensure no other patrons were within earshot. Mr. Holmes, I have told you all I know about the tradition. If there is some connection to the bridge repairs, that knowledge has not been passed down to me. What about the envelope that was placed yesterday? I asked. You mentioned it appeared identical to previous ones, yet this was the first time a woman has fulfilled the role of visitor. That is correct, Dr. Watson. The envelope itself appears unchanged. Cream-coloured paper, red wax seal, with the same indecipherable impression. Only the messenger has changed. Holmes leaned forward, his keen gaze fixed on Wilson. And this doesn't concern you. A deviation from 60 years of established pattern. Wilson hesitated, his weathered hands fidgeting with a napkin. It surprised me, he admitted. But the essential elements of the tradition remain intact. The visitor came at the appointed time, took tea in silence, and placed the envelope in the designated location. That she spoke to Dr. Watson upon leaving, and that she was a woman rather than a man. These seem like variations, rather than fundamental changes. Perhaps, Holmes conceded, though in my experience, such variations often signal significant shifts in long-established patterns. They rarely occur without reason. Wilson's expression grew troubled. What are you suggesting, Mr. Holmes? Merely that these changes might indicate something important about the purpose or future of your family's tradition. The question is, what? Before Wilson could respond, the door to the tea shop opened, admitting Miss Sarah Wilson. She paused momentarily upon seeing us, then approached with a composed smile. Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. We have been pursuing some inquiries about the history of Shrewsbury, Holmes explained smoothly. Your town has a fascinating past. Indeed it does, she agreed, taking a seat beside her uncle. Have you visited St. Mary's Church? The stained glass there is quite remarkable. Not yet, though it's on our list, I replied, recognizing her attempt to divert the conversation away from the tea shop's mysteries. Holmes, predictably, was not so easily deflected. Miss Wilson, we were just discussing with your uncle the curious coincidence of the bridge repairs in 1844 and the beginning of your family's tradition with the envelopes. Her composed expression faltered slightly. I wasn't aware there was any connection. Nor was I, her uncle added. As I told Mr. Holmes, if such a connection exists, that knowledge has not been preserved in our family. Holmes regarded them both thoughtfully. Very well, but perhaps you can satisfy my curiosity on another matter. The marking on the northeastern pillar of the bridge, a circle containing a geometric pattern. Do you know its significance? Now it was impossible to miss the reaction. Uncle and niece exchanged a swift, alarmed glance before both attempted to regain their composure. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with any such marking, Wilson replied, though his suddenly pale complexion suggested otherwise. "How curious," Holmes remarked mildly. "It's quite distinctive, though easy to overlook if one isn't specifically searching for it. Almost like a signature, one might say, or a seal." At the word seal, Miss Wilson's hand jerked slightly, causing her to knock over the small vase of flowers that decorated our table. Water spilled across the surface, and in the momentary confusion of dabbing at the spreading liquid with napkins, the tension was broken. "I do apologize for my clumsiness," Miss Wilson said, her voice steadier than her hands. "Uncle, perhaps we should offer our guests some fresh tea." "An excellent suggestion," Wilson agreed, rising with evident relief. "If you'll excuse me. Gentlemen." As he hurried away, Miss Wilson leaned toward us, her voice barely above a whisper. "Please, Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, I urge you not to pursue this matter further. There are aspects to this tradition that even we don't fully understand, and it may be dangerous to disturb them." "Dangerous in what way?" Holmes inquired, his expression intent. She glanced toward the door to ensure her uncle had not returned. "I cannot say precisely, but there have been incidents over the years. My great-uncle's experience by the river was not unique. Others who have shown too much curiosity about the envelopes have encountered misfortune of various kinds." "You believe these misfortunes are somehow connected to the tradition?" I asked. "I believe," she said carefully, "that some secrets protect themselves, whether through natural or other means." Holmes's eyebrows rose fractionally at this cryptic statement. "Miss Wilson, you strike me as an educated woman of scientific bent. Surely you don't subscribe to supernatural explanations." Her gaze met him directly. "Mr. Holmes, my scientific training has taught me that the universe contains more wonders than our current understanding can explain. I don't claim to know the nature of the force that guards these secrets, only that it exists and that it has proven itself quite capable of responding to interference." Before Holmes could press her further, Wilson returned with a fresh pot of tea. The conversation shifted to more mundane topics: the history of Shrewsbury, the architectural features of the Iron Bridge, the quality of the local educational institutions where Miss Wilson taught. Yet, beneath this ordinary discourse, I sensed a current of unease, particularly from our hosts. As we eventually took our leave, Holmes paused at the threshold of the tea shop. "One final question, if I may, Mr. Wilson. The envelope was placed yesterday. It remains where the visitor left it?" Wilson's expression was guarded. "It does, Mr. Holmes. As is traditional, it will remain there until the next visit, 10 years hence." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "And you have no curiosity about its contents? After all these years of faithful service to a tradition whose purpose you don't understand?" The old man's face softened slightly. "Curiosity? Of course. I am only human, Mr. Holmes. But some questions are better left unasked, some mysteries better left unsolved. My grandfather understood that, as did my father. I have tried to honor their wisdom." "A commendable sentiment," Holmes replied, though I detected a note in his voice that suggested he did not entirely share it. "Good day to you both." As we walked away from the tea shop, I glanced back to see Wilson and his niece standing in the doorway, watching our departure with expressions I could not quite decipher. Relief, perhaps, or concern, or some complex mixture of both. "Well, Holmes," I remarked as we crossed the bridge, "it seems our hosts are determined to maintain their family's secrets." "Indeed," Holmes agreed, his gaze distant, focused on something beyond the immediate scene. Yet every secret leaves traces, Watson. The very act of concealment creates patterns that, to the observant eye, can be as revealing as any confession. And have you observed such patterns here? A faint smile crossed his face. Several. Most intriguing is the reaction our hosts displayed when I mentioned the marking on the bridge pillar. Their alarm was genuine and immediate, suggesting they are aware of its significance, despite their denials. And what is that significance, in your opinion? Holmes paused, looking back toward the tea shop, now partially obscured by the curve of the river. I believe it may be identical to the seal used on the mysterious envelopes, a connection that links the bridge repairs of 1844 directly to the beginning of the Wilson family's curious tradition. But what could that connection be? I wondered aloud. That, my dear Watson, Holmes replied, is precisely what we must determine. And I suspect our answers may lie not in the tea shop itself, but in the history of the bridge it so carefully faces, and the secrets that may have been uncovered when its foundations were laid bare. Holmes's interest in the bridge was now thoroughly piqued, and rather than returning directly to Dr. Benton's residence, he suggested we visit the town library to see what additional historical information we might uncover about the 1844 repairs. If our theory is correct, Watson, Holmes explained as we walked, something significant was discovered during those repairs, something that initiated this curious tradition of the envelopes. The question is what? The Shrewsbury Public Library occupied a handsome Georgian building near the town square. Its reading room, with tall windows and oak bookshelves, provided a peaceful atmosphere conducive to research. Holmes inquired after town records and historical accounts from the mid-19th century, and soon we were surrounded by dusty volumes and faded newspapers. "Ah, here we are," Holmes murmured after nearly an hour of searching. The Shrewsbury Chronicle, October 16th, 1844. A brief account of the completion of the bridge repairs 2 days prior. I leaned over to read the yellowed newsprint. The repairs to the iron bridge, necessitated by the minor flooding this past spring, were completed on Monday last. Mr. Harold Darrington, whose family estate commissioned the original construction, personally inspected the work and pronounced it satisfactory. Of particular note was the reinforcement of the northeastern support pillar, which had shown signs of weakness. Mr. Darrington expressed his confidence that the bridge would now stand for another century at least. Harold Darrington, Holmes mused, the same family that owns the tea shop property. A connection, certainly, I agreed, but it hardly explains the tradition of the envelopes. Indeed not. Let us see what else we can find about Mr. Darrington. Further research revealed that Harold Darrington had been a prominent figure in Shrewsbury during the 1840s, a wealthy landowner with interests in various local businesses, a magistrate, and a patron of several civic improvements. Yet, despite his public prominence, personal details about the man were curiously scarce. It's almost as if someone has deliberately removed certain information about him, Holmes observed as he closed yet another volume that contained less about Darrington than might have been expected. A man of his standing should feature more prominently in these accounts. Our final discovery of note came from an obscure pamphlet published by the Shropshire Historical Society in 1892, which included a passing reference to Darrington's unconventional interests and extensive collection of esoteric texts. The author, Professor James Mortimer, hinted that Darrington had travelled extensively in the East and returned with notions that raised eyebrows among his more conventional neighbours. "Curiouser and curiouser," Holmes remarked, carefully copying the relevant passages into his notebook. "Our Mr. Darrington appears to have been something more than a simple country squire. Could his unconventional interests have some bearing on the tradition at the tea shop?" I suggested. "It seems increasingly likely," Holmes agreed. "But we need more information about the man himself and his specific connection to the bridge repairs." Holmes inquired whether the library held any personal papers or correspondence from the Darrington family, but the librarian informed us that such materials, if they existed, would likely be in private hands, or possibly among the collection at Darrington Hall, the family's ancestral home some 10 miles outside Shrewsbury. "Darrington Hall," Holmes repeated thoughtfully. "Perhaps our next destination, Watson. But surely the current residents wouldn't welcome strangers inquiring about family matters from nearly 50 years ago," I pointed out. "That depends entirely on how we present ourselves," Holmes replied with a glint in his eye. "The Darrington name still appears on several charitable foundations in the town. I suspect a donation to one of these worthy causes might facilitate an introduction to the current head of the family." As Holmes had anticipated, a substantial contribution to the Darrington Hospital Fund, delivered personally to its secretary that afternoon, secured us an introduction to Sir William Darrington, the great-grandson of Harold Darrington and current baronet. A note was dispatched to Darrington Hall, and we received a prompt reply inviting us to tea the following day. We spent the remainder of the afternoon and evening with Dr. Benton, who had returned from his patient calls and was eager to hear about our explorations of Shrewsbury. Holmes, continuing his policy of discretion regarding the tea-shop mystery, regaled Benton instead with observations about the town's architecture and historical features, displaying a breadth of knowledge that would have surprised anyone unfamiliar with his remarkable capacity for absorbing and cataloguing information. The following morning dawned clear and crisp, with autumn colours blazing in the woodlands surrounding Shrewsbury. Dr. Benton, who had patients to attend to, lent us his trap and a steady bay horse for our journey to Darrington Hall. As we drove through the picturesque countryside, Holmes was uncharacteristically quiet, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "You're thinking about the symbol on the bridge pillar," I ventured after several minutes of silence. Holmes glanced at me, one eyebrow raised. "Your deductive powers are improving, Watson. Yes, that symbol has been occupying my thoughts. Its design is peculiar, neither purely decorative nor conventionally symbolic. It resembles, in some respects, certain ancient astronomical notations, yet with elements I cannot readily identify. Could it be some sort of personal cipher or family crest? Possible, though it lacks the heraldic elements one would expect in a family device. No, I believe it may be something altogether more specialized." Before I could inquire further about this cryptic assessment, we rounded a bend in the road and Darrington Hall came into view. It was an impressive Jacobean mansion set amid formal gardens, its mullioned windows and ornate chimneys speaking of generations of wealth and stability. As we approached, I noted that despite its grandeur, the house had an air of slight neglect about it. Gardens a touch overgrown, stonework that could have used attention. A butler received us in the entrance hall, a vast space with a grand staircase and family portraits lining the walls. He conducted us through several impressively furnished rooms to a smaller, more intimate library, where Sir William Darrington awaited us. Sir William proved to be a tall, thin gentleman in his 60s, with the aristocratic features and bearing one might expect of a baronet, though tempered by a scholarly stoop to his shoulders. He greeted us with cordial but reserved politeness. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson, welcome to Darrington Hall. I understand you've made a generous contribution to our hospital fund. Most commendable." "A worthy cause, Sir William," Holmes replied smoothly. "Dr. Watson and I share an interest in public health initiatives." "Indeed." Sir William gestured for us to be seated in comfortable leather armchairs, arranged near a fireplace where a small fire took the chill from the autumn air. "Your note mentioned you were conducting historical research about Shrewsbury. How may I be of assistance?" Holmes adopted his most engaging manner. "We've been particularly intrigued by the Iron Bridge and its history. Your great-grandfather, Harold Darrington, appears to have played a significant role in its maintenance, especially regarding the repairs in 1844. A flicker of something, surprise perhaps, or wariness, crossed Sir William's face before his aristocratic composure reasserted itself. "You have a remarkably specific interest, Mr. Holmes. The bridge is a minor landmark at best, hardly comparable to its more famous namesake at Coalbrookdale." "True," Holmes acknowledged, "yet it has certain unique features that have captured our attention. The northeastern support pillar, for instance, bears an unusual symbol that we've been unable to identify." Sir William's hand, which had been reaching for the bell to summon tea, froze momentarily. "A symbol, you say?" "Yes, a rather intricate geometric design within a circle. Would you happen to know its significance?" Our host completed his motion, ringing for tea before responding. "I'm afraid I know very little about such details. The bridge was constructed long before my time, of course, and while the Darrington estate has maintained nominal ownership, its day-to-day affairs have been managed by trustees for many years." "I see," Holmes said, his tone suggesting he was not entirely convinced by this profession of ignorance. "And your great-grandfather's personal papers, are they preserved here at the Hall? They might contain some reference to the bridge and its significance." "Some of his papers remain in our archives," Sir William acknowledged, "though many were donated to various institutions after his death. He was something of a polymath, interested in architecture, astronomy, Eastern philosophies, rather typical intellectual pursuits for a gentleman of his era." The butler entered with a tea tray, momentarily pausing our conversation. As Sir William performed the ritual of pouring, I took the opportunity to glance around the library. Unlike the more formal rooms we had passed through, this one had the lived-in feel of a space regularly used and cherished. The bookshelves held a mixture of ancient leather-bound tomes and more modern volumes, suggesting that the current baronet shared his ancestors' scholarly inclinations. One shelf in particular caught my attention, a glass-fronted case containing what appeared to be much older manuscripts and scrolls, some with bindings and coverings that looked decidedly non-European in origin. Holmes had noticed it too. "You have quite a remarkable collection, Sir William. Are those Eastern manuscripts part of your great-grandfather's acquisitions?" Sir William followed our gaze to the cabinet. "Yes, Harold brought those back from his travels in India and Tibet during the 1830s. Family legend has it that he spent several months in a remote monastery near the Tibetan border, studying with the monks there. Rather unusual for an Englishman of that period." "Most unusual," Holmes agreed. "And these studies, did they influence his later activities in Shrewsbury?" Sir William handed us our teacups before replying. In some ways, perhaps, he established several charitable foundations upon his return, the hospital being the most prominent, and he became something of a recluse in his later years, spending much of his time in study and correspondence with other scholars of Eastern philosophy. And the tea shop by the Iron Bridge, Holmes ventured. I understand that property also belongs to the Darrington estate. Again, that fleeting expression of discomfort crossed our host's features. Yes, though it's a minor holding. The Wilson family has managed it for generations under a perpetual lease arrangement established by my great-grandfather. A curious arrangement, Holmes observed. One might almost call it a sinecure, given the modest income such an establishment would generate. Sir William's cup clinked slightly as he returned it to its saucer. The Wilsons have served our family loyally for many years, Mr. Holmes. Such arrangements were not uncommon in earlier times. Holmes nodded, accepting this explanation, though I could tell by the set of his shoulders that he remained intrigued by the connection. And the Wilson family's tenure began around 1844, did it not? Coinciding with the bridge repairs overseen by your great-grandfather. I couldn't say precisely, Sir William replied, a hint of stiffness entering his tone. These administrative details aren't matters I've had occasion to examine closely. Holmes changed tack smoothly. Of course. Forgive my persistence. Historical research can lead one down rather obscure pathways of inquiry. He gestured toward the cabinet of Eastern manuscripts. Those documents must be quite valuable, historically and academically, I mean. Have scholars been permitted to study them? This shift to a seemingly more innocuous topic appeared to relax our host slightly. Occasionally, yes. Professor Mortimer from Oxford has examined some of the Sanskrit texts, and a Japanese diplomat with scholarly interests was granted access to the Chinese scrolls last year. Professor James Mortimer? Holmes inquired. The author of a monograph on Shropshire historical figures? The very same, Sir William confirmed, looking mildly impressed. You're familiar with his rather obscure work? I make it my business to be familiar with a wide range of publications, Holmes replied modestly. He mentioned your great-grandfather's unconventional interests, but was frustratingly vague about their nature. Sir William's lips thinned slightly. Mortimer has a regrettable tendency toward sensationalism. Harold's interests, while perhaps uncommon for his time and station, were entirely scholarly. Comparative religion, Eastern philosophy, ancient astronomical observations. Nothing that would raise eyebrows in our more enlightened age. Ancient astronomical observations? I echoed, recalling Holmes's earlier comment about the bridge pillar symbol. Yes, he was particularly interested in how different cultures mapped the heavens and used celestial events to mark time. He had an observatory built on the grounds, though it was demolished some 30 years ago after falling into disrepair. Holmes leaned forward, his interest evident. Sir William, I wonder if you might permit us to examine some of your great-grandfather's papers related to these astronomical interests. They might shed light on certain aspects of Shrewsbury's historical development that we're researching. Our host hesitated, clearly weighing his desire to be rid of us against the social impropriety of refusing such a request after accepting our charitable donation. Courtesy prevailed, though not without reservation. I suppose I could have Stevens, my archivist, locate some of the relevant materials, though I must ask that any documents remain here at the hall. Some are quite fragile. Of course, Holmes agreed readily. We would be most grateful for the opportunity. Sir William rang for the butler again and issued instructions for Stevens to be summoned. While we waited, Holmes kept the conversation flowing with innocuous questions about the hall's architecture and the Darrington family history, topics that seemed to put our host more at ease. The archivist, when he arrived, proved to be a wizened man of indeterminate age, with spectacles that magnified his eyes to owlish proportions. Sir William explained our interest in Harold Darrington's astronomical papers, and Stevens nodded, promising to assemble relevant materials in the adjacent study for our examination. Stevens has been with the family for over 40 years, Sir William explained, after the old man had departed. He knew my grandfather, and has an encyclopedic knowledge of our archives. A valuable retainer, Holmes observed. Family archivists often preserve knowledge that might otherwise be lost between generations. Indeed, Sir William agreed, warming slightly to the topic. Stevens has corrected many of my own misapprehensions about family history over the years. Our conversation continued in this more comfortable vein, until Stevens returned to inform us that he had arranged the requested materials. Sir William, citing an estate business that required his attention, excused himself, but invited us to stay for luncheon once we had completed our research. The study where Stevens had laid out the documents was a smaller, less formal room than the library, with a large desk and several reading tables illuminated by tall windows. Various papers, journals, and folios were arranged neatly on one table, alongside white cotton gloves for handling the more delicate items. I've selected materials related to Sir Harold's astronomical studies and his interest in cyclical time, Stevens explained, his voice a dry whisper that suited his appearance. This journal, he indicated a leather-bound volume, contains his observations from 1842 to 1845, encompassing the period of the bridge repairs you inquired about. Holmes thanked him, and the old archivist withdrew, leaving us to our examination. Immediately, Holmes donned the cotton gloves and opened the journal, his keen eyes scanning the pages with practiced efficiency. Harold Darrington had a meticulous hand, he observed, and a mind that moved between practical matters and abstruse philosophical considerations with remarkable fluidity. I peered over his shoulder at the journal. The entries were indeed written in an elegant, precise script, interspersed with diagrams, calculations, and occasional passages in what appeared to be Sanskrit or Tibetan, rendered with careful attention to detail. "Look here, Watson," Holmes directed my attention to an entry dated April 3rd, 1844. Darrington notes that the spring flooding damaged the bridge's northeastern support, necessitating repairs. But observe his marginal notation. Beside the straightforward account of the damage was a small drawing of the same symbol we had observed on the bridge pillar, accompanied by the words, "Opportunity presents itself. The cycle aligns." What cycle? I wondered aloud. Precisely the question, Holmes murmured, turning pages carefully. "Ah, here we are, September 18th, 1844. Preparations for the conduit are nearly complete. Wilson understands his role, though not its significance. Better thus. The first messenger is prepared for October 14th, when the alignment is perfect." "The conduit," I echoed. "And the first messenger. Surely that must refer to the beginning of the tradition at the tea shop?" "It appears so," Holmes agreed, continuing to scan the journal. "There's a gap then. Several pages appear to have been removed. The next entry is from October 16th, 2 days after the completion of the bridge repairs and, presumably, the first visit to the tea shop. This entry was brief, but suggestive. It is done. The channel is established, and will remain viable for the appointed span. Whether future generations will understand its purpose when the cycle completes remains to be seen. I have done what I can to ensure the knowledge survives, though in necessarily fragmented form. Holmes, this is extraordinary, I said, struggling to make sense of these cryptic statements. Darrington seems to have deliberately created the tradition of the envelopes as part of some larger scheme or experiment. Yes, Holmes agreed, his expression intent, as he continued turning pages. But what was its purpose? What is this cycle he refers to, and what did he mean by "the channel is established"? We spent the next hour poring over Harold Darrington's papers, finding scattered references to astronomical alignments, ancient Tibetan practices of message transmission across temporal boundaries, and what he called the convergence of physical conduits and celestial cycles. Many passages were frustratingly vague or couched in terms that seemed to deliberately obscure their meaning. A folio of astronomical calculations particularly captured Holmes's attention. It contained complex mathematics relating to planetary movements and solar alignments specific to the latitude and longitude of Shrewsbury, with particular emphasis on 60-year cycles. 60 years, Holmes mused. If the tradition began in 1844, then a complete cycle would conclude in 1904, I finished for him. Just 10 years from now. Holmes nodded slowly. And if each visit occurs at the decade mark, there would be exactly 6 visits in a complete cycle. The woman who came to the tea shop yesterday was the 6th visitor, I recalled. Wilson said his grandfather witnessed 2 visits, his father too, and yesterday was Wilson's 2nd. Which suggests, Holmes said thoughtfully, that we may be approaching the culmination of whatever Darrington set in motion 60 years ago. He turned his attention to a thin folder containing correspondence between Darrington and someone identified only as Master Chen from Tibet. Though much of it was in a language I could not read, some portions were in English, discussing what appeared to be methods of imprinting intention upon physical objects and creating resonant chambers for thought transmission. Watson, Holmes said after reading these letters carefully, I believe we are dealing with something considerably more complex than a simple family tradition or local superstition. Before he could elaborate, we were interrupted by the return of Stevens, who informed us that luncheon would be served in 20 minutes. Holmes asked if we might continue our examination of the papers afterward, and the archivist assured us that all would remain as we had left it. As we prepared to join Sir William for the meal, Holmes gathered his notes, his expression thoughtful. "What do you make of it all, Holmes?" I asked quietly. "I am forming a theory," he replied, "though it is so extraordinary that I hesitate to articulate it without further evidence. One thing, however, seems increasingly clear. The tradition of the envelopes is approaching some form of culmination, and the change in messenger may signal that we are entering the final phase of whatever Harold Darrington initiated 60 years ago. But what could it possibly be? I pressed. What purpose could be served by such an elaborate and prolonged arrangement? Holmes's eyes met mine, their grey depths reflecting an unusual combination of scientific curiosity and something rarer, a touch of genuine wonder. That, my dear Watson, is what we must determine. And I suspect that the answer lies not merely in these papers, but in the physical configuration of the bridge, the tea shop, and whatever message was delivered in yesterday's envelope. With that tantalizing suggestion, we made our way to the dining room, where Sir William awaited us, unaware that his great-grandfather's papers had begun to unravel a mystery 60 years in the making. A mystery whose resolution might be approaching more rapidly than any of us could have anticipated. The lunch with Sir William was a somewhat stilted affair. Our host maintained impeccable courtesy, but I sensed a growing unease in his manner as the meal progressed. Holmes, for his part, steered the conversation toward innocuous topics: the challenges of maintaining a historic estate, the quality of the local hunting, Sir William's collection of Chinese porcelain. Yet, beneath this pleasant discourse, I detected my friend's keen observation of our host's every reaction and response. Only once did Holmes venture near our true area of interest, remarking casually over the dessert course: "The Wilson family must be quite remarkable to have maintained their duties at the tea shop with such dedication across 3 generations." Sir William's fork paused momentarily on its way to his mouth. "The Wilsons have always been reliable stewards of that particular property. Their unusual commitment to its maintenance was a condition of the original arrangement with my great-grandfather. A condition that has served both families well, it seems," Holmes observed. "Indeed," Sir William agreed, though something in his tone suggested reservation, "though I sometimes wonder whether such archaic arrangements have a place in the modern world." This comment, delivered with studied casualness, captured Holmes's full attention. "You've considered altering the arrangement, then?" Sir William set down his fork, his aristocratic features composed, yet somehow troubled. "Mr. Holmes, I'm beginning to suspect your interest in local history has a more specific focus than you initially indicated. May I ask what exactly has drawn your attention to the tea shop and its peculiarities?" Holmes met his gaze directly. "Sir William, Dr. Watson and I happened to be present at the tea shop yesterday during what I understand to be a rather significant event in its history. The visit of the 6th messenger in a cycle that began with your great-grandfather." The colour drained from our host's face. "You witnessed the visitor? That's most irregular. Thomas Wilson has always been instructed to ensure privacy during these occurrences. The storm rather disrupted normal proceedings," I explained. "We sought shelter there and were already present when the visitor arrived." Sir William's discomfort was now plainly evident. "Gentlemen, I feel I must be frank with you. The arrangement between my family and the Wilsons involves certain private traditions that are not meant for public scrutiny. While I appreciate your scholarly interest and your generosity toward our hospital fund, I must ask you to respect these family matters." "We intend no disrespect," Holmes assured him. "But having become inadvertently involved, we find ourselves naturally curious. Your great-grandfather's journals suggest he established this tradition with some significant purpose in mind, a purpose that may be approaching its culmination after 60 years. Sir William's fingers drummed nervously on the tablecloth. "Mr. Holmes, there are aspects of my family's history that are complicated. Harold Darrington was brilliant, but undeniably eccentric. Many of his writings reflect unconventional beliefs that might seem peculiar or even absurd to modern sensibilities." "On the contrary," Holmes replied, "I find his ideas fascinating, particularly his theories about cyclical time and the transmission of information across temporal boundaries." Our host's eyebrows rose in genuine surprise. You've developed a remarkably detailed understanding from a brief examination of his papers. I am accustomed to extracting maximum information from limited evidence, Holmes said modestly. But I suspect there is much more to learn. The symbol on the bridge pillar, for instance. It matches the seal used on the envelopes, does it not? Sir William hesitated, then sighed. Yes, Mr. Holmes, it does. It is what my great-grandfather called a resonant cipher, a symbol designed to facilitate what he believed was a form of communication across time. Communication across time, I echoed, unable to hide my skepticism. As I said, his ideas were unconventional. Sir William's tone was apologetic, yet defensive. Harold was convinced that certain physical configurations, the alignment of structures, the properties of particular materials, combined with precise astronomical timing, could create what he called temporal conduits. The bridge and the tea shop, situated as they are, formed part of this configuration. Holmes leaned forward, his interest evident. And the envelopes? What role do they play in this system? Sir William looked distinctly uncomfortable now. I'm not entirely certain. Family tradition holds that they contain messages, but their purpose and intended recipient have never been clear to me. My father spoke of them only rarely, and with obvious reluctance. Yet you've maintained the tradition, Holmes observed, out of respect for family obligations, yes. Sir William met Holmes's gaze with sudden directness. Mr. Holmes, I must confess I've never believed in my great-grandfather's theories. To me, they represent the well-intentioned but misguided notions of a man who spent too much time in esoteric studies. However, I do believe that some promises should be honoured, even when their purpose is obscure. A commendable philosophy, Holmes acknowledged, but if you'll permit me one further question, what significance does the year 1904 hold in this tradition? Sir William's reaction was striking. A sharp intake of breath, followed by a visible effort to compose himself. Where did you encounter that date? Your great-grandfather's astronomical calculations suggest a 60-year cycle, concluding in 1904, Holmes explained. Given that the tradition began in 1844, and yesterday's visitor was the sixth in a sequence occurring at decade intervals, the mathematics is straightforward. Our host was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was low and troubled. Mr. Holmes, according to the few family documents that address this matter explicitly, 1904 represents the convergence, the moment when whatever purpose Harold Darrington intended would be fulfilled. I know nothing more specific than that, save that it was clearly a matter of profound importance to him. And to you? Holmes inquired gently. Sir William shrugged, a gesture that seemed at odds with his aristocratic bearing. As I said, I have maintained the tradition out of respect, not conviction. Yet I cannot deny a certain disquiet as this supposed culmination approaches. Our conversation was interrupted by the arrival of coffee, served by the butler with impeccable timing. As we sipped the excellent brew, Holmes steered the discussion toward less contentious subjects, and Sir William visibly relaxed. When we eventually took our leave, our host was cordial, though he made no offer for us to return or continue our research. As we drove back toward Shrewsbury in Dr. Benton's trap, Holmes was silent for several miles, his brow furrowed in thought. Finally, he spoke. What do you make of Sir William Watson? He seems genuinely uncomfortable with his family's peculiar tradition, I replied after a moment's consideration. Yet he's continued it, out of some sense of obligation. Precisely, Holmes agreed. A rational man honouring what he considers an irrational commitment. But I wonder if his scepticism is entirely justified. Surely you don't credit these notions of temporal conduits and communication across time? I asked, surprised. Holmes's expression was thoughtful. I neither credit nor discount them without evidence, Watson. Harold Darrington was clearly an educated man with a formidable intellect. That he devoted significant resources to this project suggests he had some basis for his theories, however unconventional. But the idea of sending messages through time, it contradicts everything we understand about the natural world, I protested. Does it? Holmes countered. Consider the written word itself, Watson. Is not every book a message sent from the past to the future? Every historical document communicates across time? That's merely the preservation of information, not its transmission in the manner Darrington seems to have envisioned, I argued. Perhaps, Holmes conceded, but the boundaries of scientific understanding are constantly expanding. A century ago, the idea of transmitting voices along copper wires would have seemed equally fantastical. We fell silent again as the trap carried us along the country lane. The afternoon sun slanted through the autumn trees, casting dappled shadows across the road. I found my mind returning to the woman who had visited the tea shop. Her strange self-possession, the intensity of her gaze, and her cryptic words to me about sealed answers. Holmes, I said suddenly, do you think the female visitor yesterday was significant? The deviation from the established pattern of male messengers? Undoubtedly, he replied without hesitation, in a tradition maintained. With such precision for 60 years, any variation must be meaningful. The question is, what does this particular change signify? Could she represent the intended recipient of whatever message Darrington was trying to send? I suggested. Holmes considered this. An interesting theory. The final messenger in the cycle, being different, could indeed suggest a shift in role or purpose. He tapped his fingers thoughtfully against his knee. There's another aspect we should consider, Watson. If Darrington's calculations centered on astronomical alignments specific to the location of Shrewsbury, then timing would be critical to his enterprise. The visits always occur on October 14th, I recalled. Yes, and at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, according to Miss Wilson. Such exactitude suggests that the specific moment holds significance, perhaps related to the alignment of the sun with the bridge and the tea shop that we observed this morning. But what could such an alignment possibly achieve, I wondered. Holmes shook his head slightly. That remains unclear. However, I believe our next steps must involve a closer examination of the physical relationship between the bridge and the tea shop, and a more precise understanding of the astronomical factors Darrington considered important. As Shrewsbury came into view ahead of us, Holmes made a sudden decision. Watson, let us return to the tea shop now, while the afternoon light is still strong. I wish to make some measurements and observations before we lose the opportunity. I directed our horse toward the river path, and soon we were approaching the familiar stone building with its swinging sign. As we drew nearer, however, it became apparent that something was amiss. A small crowd had gathered outside, and the door stood open despite the coolness of the afternoon. "What's happened?" I asked a bystander as we dismounted and secured our horse. "It's old Wilson," the man replied, his expression concerned. "Collapsed about an hour ago, right in the middle of serving tea. The doctor's with him now." Holmes and I exchanged glances, our professional instincts immediately engaged, his as a detective, mine as a physician. Without a word, we pushed through the small crowd and entered the tea shop. Thomas Wilson lay on a makeshift pallet near the stove, attended by a harried-looking doctor whom I recognized as a younger colleague of Benton's. Miss Wilson knelt beside her uncle, her face pale with worry. When she saw us, a flash of something like relief crossed her features. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she said, rising to greet us. "I'm grateful you've come." "What happened?" Holmes asked, his keen gaze already sweeping the tea shop, noting details that most would overlook. Uncle Thomas was serving customers when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence, staring toward the corner table. She indicated the table where the mysterious visitor had sat. Then he clutched his chest and collapsed. "Dr. Branson says it's his heart, but you suspect otherwise," Holmes finished for her. She nodded, lowering her voice so only Holmes and I could hear. "This morning, after you left, Uncle Thomas checked beneath the table as he always does after a visit. He said something was different about the envelope, that it seemed to be humming." "Humming?" I repeated, bewildered. "His exact words were vibrating with purpose," Miss Wilson clarified. "I thought it merely a fanciful description until I touched it myself. There was indeed a strange sensation, like a tuning fork held against the skin." Her troubled gaze met Holmes's. "Mr. Holmes, I fear the cycle is accelerating somehow. Whatever is meant to happen in 1904 may not be waiting for its appointed time." Holmes's reaction to Miss Wilson's startling revelation was immediate. His eyes narrowed, and with characteristic decisiveness, he requested to see the envelope at once. "Mr. Holmes," Miss Wilson began hesitantly, "my uncle has always been adamant that the envelopes must not be disturbed." "I understand your concern," Holmes replied, his voice low and urgent. "But if your uncle's condition is connected to the envelope as you suggest, examining it may be crucial both to his welfare and to understanding what is occurring." She hesitated, torn between family tradition and the gravity of the situation. Finally, with a glance at her unconscious uncle, she nodded. "Very well, but please exercise extreme caution." As Dr. Branson continued to attend to Wilson, Miss Wilson led us to the corner table. The tea shop had been cleared of customers following Wilson's collapse, leaving the space eerily quiet, save for the ticking of an old clock and the occasional murmur from the small crowd still gathered outside. Holmes knelt beside the table, his movements deliberate and precise. I joined him, watching as he used his pocket magnifying glass to examine the gap in the floorboards where the envelope had been placed. "Can you reach it?" I asked quietly. "I believe so," Holmes murmured, producing a pair of fine tweezers from his coat pocket. With surgical precision, he inserted them into the gap and carefully extracted the envelope. It was exactly as Wilson had described. Cream-coloured paper, sealed with dark red wax, bearing an impression identical to the symbol we had observed on the bridge pillar. What Wilson hadn't mentioned, however, was the unusual weight of the item, far heavier than paper alone would account for, and a faint but perceptible warmth that seemed to emanate from it. "Extraordinary," Holmes breathed, holding the envelope gingerly between his fingertips. "Watson, do you feel it?" As my fingers brushed the surface, I experienced exactly what Miss Wilson had described, a subtle vibration, almost like the hum of a distant tuning fork, yet not quite an audible sound. It was more a sensation than a noise, felt rather than heard. What on earth could cause such an effect? I wondered aloud. I have several theories, Holmes replied, turning the envelope carefully to examine the seal, none of which conform to conventional scientific understanding. Miss Wilson watched anxiously as Holmes continued his examination. "Will you open it, Mr. Holmes?" Holmes was silent for a long moment, his keen eyes studying every detail of the envelope. Finally, he shook his head. "No, Miss Wilson. I believe your uncle's instincts, and those of his father and grandfather before him, were correct. This envelope should remain sealed." I must confess I was astonished by this pronouncement. Holmes, who had spent his entire career pursuing truth and knowledge, was now advocating for deliberate ignorance. "But Holmes," I protested, "surely the contents would explain everything. The purpose of the tradition, the meaning of the visits, perhaps even the cause of Wilson's collapse." "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, "or perhaps opening it prematurely would disrupt whatever process is underway, possibly with serious consequences." He turned to Miss Wilson. "Your uncle checked this envelope this morning, after we left?" "Yes," she confirmed. "It's his daily routine. Every morning and evening he ensures the envelope remains undisturbed. This morning was the first time he reported the vibration. And his exact words were that it was vibrating with purpose." Holmes pressed. "Yes, Mr. Holmes. He seemed both disturbed and strangely exhilarated by the discovery." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "I believe your uncle experienced a physical reaction to an intensification of whatever energy or force this object is generating. His collapse may have been triggered by this exposure, particularly given his age and the sudden nature of the change." He carefully returned the envelope to its hiding place, ensuring it was positioned exactly as we had found it. As he rose, I noticed his fingers trembling slightly, something I'd rarely observed in my friend, whose hands were normally as steady as his nerves. "Holmes, are you all right?" I asked quietly. "Quite all right, Watson," he assured me, though his expression was unusually grave. "But I confess to experiencing a most peculiar sensation when handling that envelope, a sort of mental disorientation, brief but profound." "Perhaps we should consult Dr. Benton," I suggested, concerned by this admission from one normally so composed. "That won't be necessary," Holmes replied. "The effect has passed. However, it reinforces my conclusion that the envelope should remain undisturbed until we better understand its nature." We returned to where Dr. Branson was completing his examination of Wilson, who remained unconscious, though his breathing appeared regular. "How is he?" Miss Wilson asked anxiously. "Stable for the moment," Dr. Branson replied. "His heart rhythm is irregular, but not dangerously so. I've administered a mild sedative to keep him comfortable. He should be moved to his bed upstairs, where he can rest more properly." With the help of two men from the crowd outside, Wilson was carefully carried up the narrow stairs to his living quarters above the tea shop. Dr. Branson promised to return in the evening to check on his patient and took his leave, looking harried. Clearly, he had other patients awaiting his attention. Once Wilson was settled, Miss Wilson rejoined us in the now empty tea shop. She moved automatically to put the kettle on, a gesture of hospitality ingrained by years of habit, even in this moment of crisis. "Mr. Holmes," she said as she set out cups and saucers, "you said you would not open the envelope, but you haven't explained why." Holmes seated himself at a table near the window, where the late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the room. "Miss Wilson, based on everything we have learned about this tradition, from your uncle, from Sir William Darrington, and from Harold Darrington's own papers. I believe we are dealing with a carefully designed system that was meant to function in a specific manner over a precise time frame. The 60-year cycle, I interjected. Exactly, Holmes confirmed. Harold Darrington created what he called a temporal conduit, a mechanism for transmitting information across time. Whether such a thing is actually possible by any conventional scientific understanding is beside the point. Darrington believed it was, and he invested considerable resources in establishing the necessary conditions. But what does this have to do with not opening the envelope? Miss Wilson pressed, as she poured our tea. Holmes accepted his cup with a nod of thanks. Consider this, Miss Wilson. If Darrington's system functions as he intended, then the envelope serves as both container and conduit for whatever message is being transmitted. Opening it prematurely might interrupt this process, like cutting a telegraph wire mid-transmission. You actually believe this system might work as Darrington intended? I asked, unable to keep the skepticism from my voice. Holmes's expression was thoughtful. I believe that something unusual is occurring, something that defies conventional explanation. The vibration we felt, your uncle's reaction to it, the precise timing of the visits over 60 years, even the change in messenger for the final visit, all suggest a complex mechanism functioning according to its own internal logic. But to what end? Miss Wilson wondered, her practical nature clearly struggling with these esoteric concepts. That remains the central question, Holmes acknowledged. What was so important that Harold Darrington would create such an elaborate system to transmit it 60 years into the future? And who is the intended recipient? Miss Wilson's eyes widened suddenly. Mr. Holmes, I just recalled something my father once mentioned. He said that according to family tradition, the final envelope wasn't meant to be opened by a Wilson at all. Indeed. Holmes leaned forward, his interest piqued. Did he say who was meant to open it? He wasn't certain, she admitted. Only when the cycle completed, the right person would be present to receive the message. Holmes and I exchanged glances, both remembering the female visitor's cryptic words to me. The answers are not always found in what is opened, Dr. Watson. Sometimes they lie in what remains sealed. Miss Wilson, Holmes said after a thoughtful pause, I believe the wisest course of action is to maintain the tradition exactly as your family has done for 60 years. The envelope should remain where it is, undisturbed, until its purpose becomes clear. But what of Uncle Thomas? She asked, her concern evident. If the envelope affected him so strongly, might it not happen again? Perhaps more severely? A valid concern, Holmes agreed. I would suggest that for the present, you should be the one to perform the daily checks on the envelope. Your exposure has been more limited, which may offer some protection against whatever affected your uncle. However, you should not touch it directly. Observe only, to ensure it remains in place. She nodded, clearly relieved to have clear guidance. And what will you do, Mr. Holmes? Watson and I will continue our investigation into the broader context of this phenomenon. There are still aspects of Darrington's system that remain unclear, particularly the relationship between the bridge, the tea shop, and the astronomical factors he considered significant. As if on cue, a shaft of sunlight, now approaching the horizon, streamed through the window at a particular angle, casting the shadow of the iron bridge across the floor of the tea shop, in a pattern that seemed to point directly at the corner table where the envelope lay concealed. Observe, Watson, Holmes murmured. "The alignment we noted this morning is reversed in the late afternoon. The morning sun projects the shadow of the bridge onto the exterior of the tea shop, while the setting sun casts it across the interior, specifically toward the location of the envelope." "You think this alignment is deliberate?" I asked. "Undoubtedly," Holmes replied. "Darrington was nothing if not precise in his calculations. The position of the tea shop relative to the bridge, the specific location of the table, even perhaps the date of October 14th, all may relate to optimizing these solar alignments." Miss Wilson had been watching the shadow's progression with fascination. "It only falls exactly like this for a few days each year," she observed. "My father used to note it in his journal." "Another piece of the puzzle," Holmes remarked. "Miss Wilson, would it be possible to examine your father's journals? They might contain observations or insights that could help us understand what is occurring." "Of course," she agreed. "They're kept upstairs in Uncle Thomas's study. I'll fetch them after I check on him." She disappeared up the stairs, leaving Holmes and I alone in the gradually darkening tea shop. Holmes rose and walked to the window, his tall figure silhouetted against the sunset. "What are you thinking, Holmes?" I asked, knowing the signs of his deep contemplation. "Oh, I'm thinking, Watson, that we may be witnesses to something truly extraordinary. Either a remarkable delusion maintained with incredible precision across generations, or," he paused, "or," I prompted, "or a genuine attempt to communicate across time, to bridge the gap between past and future, through a method so unconventional that science has never considered its possibility." He turned from the window, his expression impossible to read in the fading light. "Either way, the next few days may prove crucial to understanding which it is." The sound of footsteps on the stairs announced Miss Wilson's return. She carried several leather-bound journals, which she placed on the table before us. "My father's records," she explained. "He was meticulous in his observations, especially around the time of the visits." As Holmes reached for the topmost journal, a sudden cry from upstairs startled us all. Miss Wilson paled. "Uncle Thomas!" she exclaimed, already moving towards the stairs. Holmes and I followed swiftly, taking the narrow steps 2 at a time. We found Thomas Wilson sitting upright in his bed, his eyes wide and staring, his right arm extended as if pointing. "The bridge!" he gasped as we entered the room. "She's at the bridge." "Who's at the bridge, Mr. Wilson?" Holmes asked, approaching the bed cautiously. Wilson's gaze, unfocused and feverish, fixed on Holmes. "The messenger," he whispered. "She's returned. The cycle is breaking." With those alarming words, he slumped back against his pillows, unconscious once more. Holmes reacted to Wilson's alarming pronouncement with characteristic decisiveness. "Watson, stay with Mr. Wilson. Miss Wilson, please remain with your uncle. I must investigate this claim immediately." Before either of us could protest, Holmes was gone, his footsteps echoing rapidly down the stairs and out of the tea shop. Through the bedroom window, I glimpsed his tall figure sprinting toward the iron bridge, his coat billowing behind him in the evening breeze. Miss Wilson busied herself tending to her uncle, whose breathing had grown more regular, though he remained unconscious. I checked his pulse, steady but weak, and assured her that his condition appeared stable for the moment. What did he mean about the messenger returning? She wondered, anxiety etching lines around her eyes. The visits have always been precisely 10 years apart, never more frequent. I don't know, I admitted. But if anyone can make sense of it, Holmes can. We maintained our vigil by Wilson's bedside for nearly half an hour, speaking little, both lost in our own thoughts about the strange events that had overtaken what had begun for me as a simple visit to an old colleague. Occasionally, I would glance out the window toward the bridge, now bathed in the golden light of sunset. But there was no sign of Holmes or the mysterious female messenger. Finally, just as twilight was deepening into dusk, we heard the door to the tea shop open and Holmes's familiar tread on the stairs. When he entered the bedroom, I was struck by his appearance. His normally immaculate attire was dishevelled, his hair windblown, and his expression a complex mixture of excitement and profound contemplation. "Holmes, what did you find?" I asked, rising to meet him. He gestured for me to resume my seat. "She was there, Watson, exactly as Wilson said." "The messenger? The same woman from yesterday?" Miss Wilson asked, leaning forward intently. "The very same," Holmes confirmed, standing at the midpoint of the bridge, gazing toward the tea shop. When she saw me approach, she did not flee or appear surprised. Rather, she seemed to have been expecting someone. "Did she speak to you?" I inquired. "She did." Holmes paused, as if carefully choosing his next words. She said, "You are not the one who must know, but you're the one who must understand why no one must know." "A riddle?" Miss Wilson wondered. "Perhaps," Holmes conceded, "or perhaps a straightforward statement of purpose." He moved to the window, looking out at the now darkened landscape, where only the outline of the bridge was visible against the night sky. I asked her directly about the envelopes, about Harold Darrington's system, about the purpose of the 60-year cycle. "And what did she say?" I prompted when he fell silent. Holmes turned back to face us, his expression grave. She said, "Some knowledge is not meant for the time in which it originates. Some discoveries must wait for the world to be ready to receive them." "Did she explain further?" Miss Wilson asked. "Not explicitly, but she showed me this." Holmes withdrew from his pocket a small object that caught the lamplight with a metallic gleam. It appeared to be a medallion, or coin, of some kind, bearing the now familiar symbol we had seen on the bridge pillar and the wax seal. "She gave this to you?" I asked, examining it more closely as Holmes handed it to me. The object was cool to the touch and made of a metal I could not immediately identify. Neither gold nor silver, but with a similar weight and luster. "Yes," Holmes confirmed. "She said it was proof of concept, and that I would understand its significance if I considered it in relation to Darrington's journals." Miss Wilson leaned closer to examine the medallion. "I've never seen metal quite like this. It's almost as if—" She stopped abruptly, her eyes widening. "Mr. Holmes, this resembles descriptions I've read of certain alloys that have only been theorized, metals that shouldn't be possible to create with current technology." Holmes nodded, clearly having reached a similar conclusion. "Precisely, Miss Wilson, and if my suspicions are correct, this object represents either an elaborate fraud or something far more extraordinary." A soft groan from the bed interrupted our examination. Thomas Wilson's eyelids fluttered open, his gaze gradually focusing on the three of us gathered around him. "Uncle Thomas," Miss Wilson exclaimed, immediately at his side, "how do you feel?" "Like I've been trampled by a brewery horse," he murmured weakly, attempting a smile. His eyes settled on Holmes. "You saw her, didn't you, Mr. Holmes? At the bridge?" "I did," Holmes confirmed, She gave me this." He held up the medallion where Wilson could see it. The old man's reaction was immediate, a sharp intake of breath, followed by a look of profound awe. "Then it's true," he whispered. "All of it. My grandfather wasn't merely humoring an eccentric employer. The system works." "Mr. Wilson," Holmes said gently, "I need you to tell me everything you know about this tradition. Not just what you've been instructed to do, but what you understand of its purpose." Wilson struggled to sit up, and Miss Wilson quickly arranged pillows behind him for support. "My understanding is limited, Mr. Holmes. The Wilsons have always been keepers, not interpreters. But I do know this. Harold Darrington believed he had discovered something during his travels in Tibet, a method, a science, that would not be understood or accepted in Victorian England." "What sort of discovery?" I asked. "Something to do with the nature of time itself," Wilson replied. "My grandfather said that Darrington spoke of time not as a river flowing in one direction, but as a fabric that could be folded, bringing distant points into contact under specific conditions." Holmes nodded thoughtfully. "Hence the precise astronomical alignments, the specific positioning of the bridge and tea shop, the exact timing of the visits." "Yes," Wilson confirmed. "Darrington theorized that with the right configuration of physical structures, at the right moment of celestial alignment, using materials with certain properties, what he called resonant materials, information could be transmitted across time." But to what purpose? I wondered aloud. Why establish such an elaborate system merely to send messages to the future? Wilson's gaze was distant, as if seeing beyond the confines of the room. "My grandfather said that Darrington had glimpsed something during his studies, some knowledge so profound, so potentially disruptive, that he feared its premature revelation might do more harm than good. Yet he also believed this knowledge would eventually be essential. So he created a time-release mechanism," Holmes mused. "A way to delay the revelation of his discovery until a more appropriate moment." 1904, Miss Wilson interjected. "The convergence that Sir William mentioned." Wilson nodded weakly. "Yes. According to family tradition, 1904 represents the earliest point at which the world might be ready to receive whatever knowledge Darrington wished to transmit." "But the cycle is breaking," Holmes noted, recalling Wilson's earlier words. "The messenger has returned out of sequence, and the envelope is exhibiting unusual properties. Why?" Wilson's expression grew troubled. "I don't know, Mr. Holmes. This is unprecedented." Holmes was silent for a moment, his fingers steepled beneath his chin in his characteristic pose of deep thought. "Mr. Wilson, yesterday when the messenger visited, she spoke directly to Watson, another departure from tradition. She said, 'The answers are not always found in what is opened. Sometimes they lie in what remains sealed.'" "Yes," Wilson confirmed. "Sarah told me about this. It is suggestive." "Of what?" I asked. "That perhaps the envelopes themselves, or rather, their continued existence in an unopened state, are somehow crucial to Darrington's system," Holmes proposed. "Not as containers of information to be eventually revealed, but as components in an ongoing process." "Like weights in a clock mechanism," Miss Wilson suggested. "Necessary for the functioning of the system, but not meant to be examined individually." "An apt analogy," Holmes agreed, "which would explain the tradition of leaving them undisturbed and why misfortunes befell those who attempted to interfere." Wilson nodded weakly. "My brother's experience by the river, it wasn't merely superstition or coincidence. The system protects itself. But how? I pressed, scientific skepticism warring with the undeniable strangeness of all we had witnessed. Holmes held up the medallion once more, turning it to catch the lamplight. Perhaps through the same mechanism that allows for this object to exist. A metal alloy that, according to Miss Wilson, should not be possible to create with current technology. The implications of this statement hung in the air between us. If Holmes was correct, the medallion represented not just proof of Darrington's theories about time, but an artifact that had effectively travelled from the future. "Mr. Holmes," Wilson said finally, breaking the silence, "what did the messenger tell you about the envelope? What should be done with it?" "She was quite specific on that point," Holmes replied. "The envelope must remain where it is, undisturbed, until October 14th, 1904, exactly 60 years from the beginning of the cycle. On that date, at precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the intended recipient will arrive to complete the process." "And who is this intended recipient?" Miss Wilson asked. Holmes shook his head. "She would not say. Only that, when the time comes, there will be no doubt." Wilson relaxed visibly at this news. "Then we must continue as we have done, maintaining the tradition, protecting the envelope." "Yes," Holmes agreed. "Though I would suggest, Mr. Wilson, that given your recent experience, perhaps your niece should assume the primary responsibility for the daily checks." "Gladly," Miss Wilson said firmly. "Uncle Thomas needs rest and recovery." As night fell fully outside the windows of the tea shop, our extraordinary council came to its natural conclusion. Holmes and I took our leave, promising to return the following day to check on Wilson's condition before departing for London. Miss Wilson saw us to the door, her practical nature seemingly restored now that there was a clear path forward. "Mr. Holmes," she said as we stepped out into the cool October night, "do you truly believe all this? About messages through time and knowledge from the future?" Holmes was quiet for a moment, his keen profile outlined against the starlit sky. "Miss Wilson, throughout my career, I have maintained that when one has eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. In this case, I have observed phenomena that defy conventional explanation, yet persist in a manner too structured, too precise to be dismissed as delusion or coincidence." "Then you think Harold Darrington really did discover some method of communicating across time?" I asked, still struggling with the concept, despite all we had witnessed. "I think," Holmes said carefully, "that Darrington discovered something significant enough that he devoted extraordinary resources to ensuring its eventual revelation at what he judged to be the appropriate moment. Whether his method works exactly as he theorized is perhaps less important than the fact that it has persisted for nearly 60 years, maintaining its integrity across 3 generations." "And the envelope?" Miss Wilson pressed. "You're certain it should remain unopened?" "Absolutely certain," Holmes replied with unusual emphasis. Whatever Darrington's discovery, he clearly believed that premature exposure could be harmful. We must respect that judgment. As we walked back toward Dr. Benton's residence through the quiet streets of Shrewsbury, I found myself contemplating all that had occurred since my chance encounter with the tea shop during yesterday's storm. What had begun as a simple shelter from the rain had become an encounter with what might be the most extraordinary phenomenon of our time. "Holmes," I said at length, "if Darrington's system truly works as intended, what might it mean for our understanding of the world?" my friend was silent for several paces before responding. It would suggest, Watson, that our conception of time as an immutable, unidirectional force is fundamentally limited, that under specific conditions, the barriers between past, present, and future may be more permeable than we have imagined. A revolutionary notion, I observed. Indeed, Holmes agreed, and perhaps one for which the world of 1894 is not yet prepared, in which case Darrington's caution may be entirely justified. We had reached Benton's gate, and Holmes paused, looking back in the direction of the iron bridge, now invisible in the darkness, but present in our minds as the centerpiece of this remarkable mystery. "We shall never know the full truth of this matter, Watson," he said softly. "The culmination of Darrington's grand design lies 10 years in our future, and even then, we may not be the intended recipients of his message." "Does that not frustrate you?" I asked, knowing my friend's insatiable desire for complete solutions to the puzzles he encountered. Holmes smiled faintly in the moonlight. "Strangely, no. There is a certain satisfaction in recognizing that some mysteries are designed to unfold according to their own timetable, not ours. In this case, I believe we have fulfilled our role, not as solvers of the puzzle, but as guardians of its integrity, until its proper time arrives." With that philosophical observation, we entered Benton's home, leaving behind the tea shop by the iron bridge, with its unopened envelope and the secrets it contained. Secrets that would remain sealed for another decade, waiting patiently for the world to be ready to receive them. 15th of October, 1895. As I conclude this account of our most unusual adventure in Shrewsbury, I find myself still marvelling at the implications of what we witnessed. Holmes, true to his word, advised me to let the matter of the envelope remain as we found it, a mystery deliberately designed to unfold on its own schedule. We departed Shrewsbury the following day, after confirming that Thomas Wilson was recovering well under his niece's attentive care. Holmes has mentioned the incident only rarely in the year since, though I have occasionally observed him studying the strange medallion given to him by the messenger. What truths Harold Darrington discovered during his travels in Tibet? What knowledge he deemed too profound or disruptive for his own era? What message he encoded in his elaborate system of temporal transmission? These questions must remain unanswered, at least until October 14th, 1904. Perhaps, if fate and health permit, Holmes and I may return to Shrewsbury on that date to witness the culmination of this extraordinary cycle. Until then, I am content to ponder the tea shop by the iron bridge as perhaps the strangest case in all our long association, the case that, by Holmes's own choice, remains unsolved.